it's Jeff at the church project today. We are doing the bathroom renovation and adding a laundry. Listen, this project involves a lot of different kind of trade skills and inspections and permits. Anyone can do this. We're going to show you how to do this so that you can be your own best contractor. Cheers. So here we go. I'm going to give you my 35 odd years of experience. We're going to go through a few different options here. First rule, you've got to have your subfloor deck clean and ready to go. That means this flooring is in the way. And it's glued down, God bless them. Oh, there's 2 layers even more. I think when it comes down to it later on, instead of peeling all these flooring off, I'm probably gonna just add some floor leveler and then put on my next floor, because this is a real pain in the butt. We'll see how well it comes off. There we go. This is gonna happen, right? You're gonna get layer on layer. Hell, I even preach it, you know? A lot of times, putting down a second layer of floor on an original layer is the easiest, most efficient way of getting the job done. You just got to get the right tool for the job, and this knife isn't it. Look at this. We got years of buildup. It's actually a nail. Now, in this situation, I'm actually adding more space to the room. And if you have not seen the first video yet, please do. This is the end wall of the original bathroom. This is all an extension, okay? And no matter how hard you try when you're building and you're adding another floor, you're not gonna get it perfectly level, which means we're going to have to install this pan into something, all right, that it sits on, that we can then level the pan into and let it dry overnight. And my favorite product for that is not a thin set. It's called sand mix, okay? It's in the concrete aisle at your local building store. And when you mix the sand mix up, you mix it nice and soupy. You trowel it out like you would thin set. You set the pan into it. And then we're just gonna use a rubber mallet to tap it level. All right, this is simple. You're gonna need a nice light aluminum level so you're not manipulating the pan while it's drying. Right now it's showing pretty darn close to level, so that's good. And remember, our goal is perfectly level in every direction. So when we go to install the rest of the kit, it is really simple. Okay, so one of the things you're gonna need, guys, is you're gonna need your drain, okay? This is key. Always having everything on site before you begin your project means you have access to all these elements so you don't have to do things twice. Now this shower ring gets installed to the pan in advance of plumbing. And remember, this cardboard ring is vital. It's one of the most important parts of this whole assembly. This is a wax slip ring, which allows this torquing motion to slide on the cardboard. Without the cardboard, the gasket, under pressure, would go like this, and it would buckle. Okay? So, this cardboard ring keeps that buckling action from happening. It's also on the dry side of the shower base, so you got nothing to worry about, okay? And you see this here? Nowadays, what we're using is a clear silicone bead on here, and we're compressing that into the shower base. We're gonna finish this assembly, and before we can attach it to the shower base, we gotta mark our hole. Now, all this does is it tells us where the hole is. Okay, it doesn't tell us how big it is. And this is the key. So, now we're gonna take this. We're gonna take this ring off, okay? And we're gonna set it where the hole is. And we're gonna cut our hole bigger than the ring. And here's why. Okay, first of all, let's mark out the ring. And then I'm gonna show you the size of the hole that you want is about another ½ an inch wider. Okay, this ring is not attaching anything to the plywood. It's simply attaching the drain to the pan. That's all it's doing. All right, so give yourself a little bit of room, because when you go to put the pan in, you're gonna be on an angle, you're gonna be fussing around, maybe your measurements weren't perfect, maybe your cut's not perfect. Give yourself a little room to play, okay? Next thing we do is we gotta drill a pilot hole, and then we're gonna use our jigsaw to cut it out. Yeah, that's not the most ideal bit, but it was the closest thing I could find at short notice. There's more than one way to do everything, eh? Okay, let's get this package open. we need a jigsaw blade. Whenever you're changing blades, make sure it's not plugged in, right? I mean, I'm not big on safety, but I'm not stupid. There we go, okay? Now we're good. How handy is this, eh? Yeah, in another video, we're gonna show you what we're gonna do with that power in the bathroom. That's totally illegal. And because I built this myself, I know how much room I have to play with. If you don't, consider getting a hole saw, like a 3-inch, okay? And drill from the top. So you're sure not to go puncture any water lines. Yep, it's that easy. You might as well keep it nice and clean because garbage can get underneath some of that pan and then that'll set the height for the rest of this thing to be leveled to. You'll just drive yourself crazy. Okay, so now what we want to do is get our pan and our white silicone. This is a little bit tricky and you gotta have your wits about you. What I like to do is add the silicone to this ring here, okay? Right on the inside of that groove. And it can be white or clear, as long as it's for kitchen and bathroom. Personally, I love the new Flex. This is the 302. It's available on Amazon sometimes, and not carried at the local building store. You'll find that Home Depot is under contract with GE. Lowe's, I don't remember. I don't shop there too often. Not because I don't like Lowe's, I'm no Home Depot because Lowe's came to our market late. But this one here, I get at my friends over at Dragona. If you're from Ottawa and you're looking for quality supplies for your flooring and plumbing and tile, then go there because they got the best of the best. Okay, that's where the pros go to shop. All right, here we go. Now, one more thing we got to do. I got to get my really big pair of vice grips, and I want to get a tool, a couple of screwdrivers in here that I can twist contrary to the twisting on motion. Silicone is going to get me a great seal, but one more little tiny squeeze makes the difference between having an air bubble where the water can get through or not. Okay, so I got this monster crescent wrench here. I just love this thing. Okay, and that gives me all the power I need. So you got to pop this off. This thing here is kind of like, there's really nothing here that you can attach anything to hold it in place, which is one of the reasons why we're using the silicone, okay? So the best plan for you is just to hold this with your thumb. Get this big wrench on here. I'm really just trying to hold this still while I'm threading, okay? And if you can get a quarter turn out of that, now you can be confident that your silicone is going to be nice and dry. All of this assembly is for connecting the plumbing at a later date. All right, now that the drain is installed, let's get the pan put in position. There are a couple of different scenarios that you're going to run into. One is you've already got a plumbing pipe in the floor. If you already have a pipe coming up through the floor, then what you want to do is measure off to where it comes into this. This particular drain, I'm just going to show you real quick. This is like a key, and it undoes the drain, okay? So this rubber gasket is designed to go over top of the ABS pipe that comes through the floor. And so you can actually set this pan in place over the top of the ABS, level it, forget it, wait till the next day. Then you come back, you can slide this back over top of it, and then you can add the ring, which completes the compression, which forces the gasket so tight against the ABS that water can't get out. Okay, that's basically the concept. We're gonna demonstrate this a little later in the build. That'll be in video number 3, but today we're just gonna get this pan set. So don't worry about it, okay? This is all good. I'm gonna add my plumbing later. We're gonna be adding a sauna pan water removal system, and that'll be great. But now we wanna just double check that we can set it in place. No obstruction, good. Now I'm confident to mix my sand mix, because we don't have to wait for this to dry in order to mix our sand mix and get this installed. This is my patented system for putting in shower pans. Okay? Take a marker, trace on the floor the size of your shower pan. Try not to get black marker all over your white shower pan. This is just so that you're not putting cement all over the entire room and having to clean it up later. Okay? Now, next, remove it from the area because we need to mix the sand mix now. Okay, now, sand mix is not concrete. It's mostly sand. It's just a much thinner, smoother way to do this, right? It's perfect for setting shower pans. It recommends 4 liters of water for 1 bag. I'm not using anywhere near a bag. I just need a little bit. I've probably put too much water in this pail already. And yes, this is a little bit of silica dust, okay? But you know what? A little bit of anything once in a while isn't gonna kill you, so let's not get all freaked out in the comment section about, oh, silicosis. All right, I'm not working in the factory. I don't need an N95 mask for mixing one little pile of this stuff once in a blue moon. All right, I'm gonna need a ton more. I really use way too much water. Great. Like any of these products, you'll get to a point and be like, oh, I shouldn't have put that last teaspoon in because then it just got solidly thick. Yep. Really, you can forget the measurements because we're looking for a consistency. And when I get it, I'll show you what it is. And then you'll know what to look for yourself, all right? I think we're there. I'm going to turn this up a little bit. So you can tell it's got some substance, but it doesn't peak. Not like thin set. Okay, nope. Let's try to clean that out. There we go. Okay, let's just show you what this looks like. So when you're laying these pans and you look at this webbing on the back, you would think, wow, there's a lot of direct transfer of load. But that is dependent on the surface being completely flat. This is designed to go on a perfectly flat surface, which doesn't exist when you build with wood. So what we're using sand mix underneath here because it's not enough substance that it's going to hold up against all these points of contact, but it's enough substance that it'll bond and balance out as it fills some of these gaps up, okay? So instead of using thin set like you would for cement, we're simply going to use this and we're going to trowel it out. Okay. Ooh. So when you're troweling sand mix, this is different than thin set. It doesn't peak the same. You don't have as much working time. And our goal isn't to raise up the shower pan. It's to have something to set it into. Okay. See this? Something to set it into so that we can then take the mallet and force it into this thin set. Or sorry, into the cement and get a nice base, especially where people are walking. So we're going to get it across the front. We're going to make sure that all around the drain we have a little bit of extra material. Now we're going to set our shower pan into position without sliding it. All right. First thing we're going to do is check our level. The back corner goes down. Make sure it's the same. It's the same in both situations. All right, so without touching the pan, I'm gonna just take my mallet. Here we go. That's a hell of a lot better. We'll see how we're doing left to right. And the left side here, I wanna have it go down a bit. Check it again. Wow, that is almost perfect. Amazing. Now, there's 2 reasons why we want this perfectly level. One is the door kit will install so much easier, right? Remember, we're talking about glass panels and prefab everything. There's no tile here. Number 2, this pan is designed to move water to the middle of that hole from all 4 corners, but it only works if it's installed level. If you're out 1 degree, you're gonna have pools of water. You're gonna get staining in your shower pan. It's gonna be nasty. Now that this is installed, I'm telling you right now, do not touch it. The secret to success here is getting it perfect. Leave your level on here so everybody knows that it's okay. Lock the door, set a tripwire with a claymore mine, whatever you gotta do. Don't let anybody touch this darn thing until the next day. Whew, we'll see you in the morning. All right, here we are guys, it's next morning and the shower pan's done. Now check this out. No deflection, no squeaks, no creaks, no rocks, no bumps, solid as a rock. That is the difference between ones that float around and have a lot of movement and the ones that you set in the sand bed. It makes all the difference. That's really the biggest trick. A couple more things we're going to want to go through though, okay? One, I want to talk about the end from the beginning a little bit and give you a little knowledge as to what's going to happen here. So we're going to be finishing off the walls here with drywall. And I want to just talk about this integrated tile flange here for a minute. All right, and you'll see that in most cases, 1/2 inch drywall is going to be up against a 3/8 flange, okay? And that's it. And then over top of that, when you're finishing, you're going to get a polystyrene wall that goes all the way down to this point here. And it's going to be installed with adhesive. So what we want to do now, just to guarantee that not going to have any problems, is secure this to the studs. These screws self-drill, okay? It's going to pull, and then this is going to be flush with the polystyrene, the base, all right? So that when you bring the wall panel down, everything is going to be fine. Okay? Now, some materials out there, they're not as flexible as the polystyrene base, okay? And so in those cases, you're going to have to do different things. In the videos coming up, we're going to be putting on the waterproof drywall, okay? And I'm going to show you a technique called wet shimming. I'm going to do it on this wall. Basically what that is if you're in a scenario where your pan isn't moldable and adjustable to take that screw and deflect, you can wet shim and then put your wall in front, and then you can use a rubber mallet to make everything perfectly level. Let it dry and set up, because not everybody's coming back after installing a shower pan using the polystyrene walls. A lot of you are going to be going with tile or different materials, and you need a perfectly flat wall. So we're going to show you a couple of tricks in the video coming up. But right now, I'm just going to finish screwing all this in, and then I've got 2 studs over here that are actually got a pretty good gap. And traditionally, what we do is we take a shim, and we put the shim in and add a screw, okay? But like I said, there's 3 solutions. You can shim and screw, you can wet shim, or you can do what I'm going to do here in just a second. Let me just get these here. And that is this. Let me just come through my wall. If you've got the flexibility where you can get your hammer out, remember we nailed all this together, and these nails have got some flexibility. And you can hammer that stud right into position. And then all you got to do is throw a screw in it just to give it a little bit more stability for moving around. And then I can throw my screw in there. Okay. Now remember, it doesn't matter what kind of pan you're using, whether it's super strong or not, you can always benefit from adding the sand mix. When you're dealing with wooden houses, nothing's ever level, nothing's ever flush. So what we have to do, first of all, is uncover all of the mechanical systems of this property, so then we know how we're going to tie in, so then we have a plan to move forward. Can't just start sticking things where I want to. I've got to have the whole plan because there are restrictions. So we're going to open up the walls, we're going to open up the ceiling. My electrical panel is only 12 feet away, so that's handy, but I have no idea where my vent and how my drains are going to work. I have no idea what kind of access I'm going to have going through the plate, through the brick to run my exhaust. So I've got to open up the ceiling in the bathroom as well. Once we have our whole plan, we can start installing. A little trick for you. When you're going into drywall and you're flying blind, take your rotozip blade, set it to 1/2 inch, maybe just a hair more. And then you can cut out a space and pull it down and then get up with a headlamp and have a look to identify if there's anything in the way that could be cause damage. I know I have no plumbing up here, so that's fine, but there is electrical. And just because the code says you're supposed to staple things up, doesn't mean they're always stapled up. Okay. I just went outside and had a quick peek. It looks like the vent stack is coming around right next to this window. So it'll be in this joist cavity here. So open another hole and we'll find out. All right. Don't even ask me. Okay, so there's the vent. So I can tie in right there. That's amazing. This pipe here is my vent. And it's perfectly normal for vent stack to be 1.5 inch. 1.5 inch pipe can carry up to 10 fixtures, okay? So even it has a 3-piece bath with the laundry and a kitchen, assuming the kitchen is actually vented, that only gives me like 5 tops. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So I can tie into this, which is amazing. What I can't do is I can't tie into this as a waste as well. So I can't use my SaniFlow pump that I'm going to connect all my new plumbing to, pump it up and over and into this. That would have to be 2 inch. So, you know, I could open the wall, see if I can find the ability to upgrade, but I'm going to wait because I've got an expert from SaniFlow going to be coming out to help me connect all of that. So I'm going to get him on the phone and show him some pictures. Even I need help once in a while identifying solutions to problems. So I don't mind calling an expert when I need it. And here we go. This pipe here. This, believe this or not, this is what they're using as an exhaust for the fan. I reach in and I can feel it taped to the housing, some 3-inch pipe down to this 2-inch pipe. It's not even going anywhere. There's no exhaust through the brick. So this is maybe into the attic? I don't know. No, it just stops. It's just going over to the wall and nobody took the time to get an exhaust for it. That explains this, because all the hot air that this is trying to pump out anytime someone flicks on the switch is just condensing right here in the ceiling because it's got nowhere to go. That means I've got to change out the fan. I've got to get a new exhaust, so I need a new fan location because I don't have the ability to put a proper pipe here with this venting. So I'll move the fan over. So I've got to open the whole ceiling in order to find out where the electrical's coming from so I can identify the location for that, because you can't splice a wire in the attic here, in the ceiling. So I've got to actually pop this off, take it out of the ceiling, save that wire, get a new location to install, which won't be an issue. Looks like the wires are coming from towards the panel, which is usually a good thought. You know, if you're wondering where the wire supply is, think about where your panel is, and think what's the shortest distance between those 2 points. Electricians pay for the wire, so they don't want to waste their time and money either. And then I've got this cavity available for the dryer. This one would be for the fan. This one could be for a dryer. I've got to double check my building code for how close I can have an exhaust to a window. I'm thinking it's 3 feet, but it's not a gas appliance, so it should be okay. I might have to run my dryer over here. All right, so I got a couple phone calls to make, and I come back with all the solutions, and then we can get started. So this is why we do things right. This is what condensation looks like left unattended for years. That's where the stink was coming from in this room. No doubt about it. Oh my God. That's the best fan installation I've ever seen. They got a hot wire running right against this little, I don't know, 3-inch pipe, downgraded to a 2-inch, taped onto it plumbing. Man, oh man, oh man, that is just brutal. Okay, here we go. We're gonna see if this is working. Hang on. Gonna plug this in. Good, okay. So the switch is enough to turn the power off. That's good. At least it was wired right. All right, I gotta rip all that out because it's of no value to me. Okay, now I'm using a regular drill with the Irwin speed bore bit. It's a self-feed auger system, okay, with the double blade. This drills holes super quick. Always drill your hole right in the middle of the stud, okay? Then you satisfy the code. You don't have to put metal plates to protect everything, okay? Because the code also tells you how long a screw can be when you're attaching something. So it should be perfectly safe. If you don't trust yourself, you can add the plates, but generally, that's how quick and easy that is. Okay? One for the cold and one for the hot. And to make your life simple, you just hold the tool against your body, okay? And you already got the measurement set for the height. Trust me, it makes a difference. When an inspector comes on a job site and he sees that all of your holes are lined up and horizontal, they're happy because they know that you've involved some level of professionalism with what you're doing. Huh. Isn't that something? Somebody used a fastener mounting that sink that's too long for the wood. Not supposed to do that. I'm gonna have to go up a little bit this time. Probably dulled my blade too. Buggers. See, it's not just about the fact that we have rules for no reason. It's we have rules so that when we stick a $30 drill bit in a wall, we don't go through somebody else's 3-inch screw that should have been only 2 inches long. Cheers to everybody who's done that. So here's my cold line. Now I'm just gonna take my PEX through the holes and I'm going to get this all the way over to my shower. Okay, and I'm gonna connect my shower. Okay, and then once I've got it connected over here, then I'm gonna get rid of all my slack and then connect it over there. First of all, I gotta show you a new trick. Come on inside. Now remember when we framed this wall on video number 1, we left ourselves a nice bit of space here to play around with. And that's because we're gonna use these. These clamps allow us to have the PEX make our way right into the side of the valve, okay, without another fitting, because we don't want to create the turbulence. I don't like coming up with and then putting in a 90 and having turbulence and then 3 inches and then turbulence into the fitting. So if I put this in first, check this out. This will actually wrap the pipe into a situation. And I'm a little bit too far away. Get closer to the tip there. That actually creates a bend that won't crimp. Okay, it's not going to kink. And that's what we're doing. We're protecting that from happening. By doing this, if you find you didn't have enough room to work, you know, you can always come in here and you can take your cutters and you can trim it back a little bit if you have to, okay? Put your ring over top, set it in place within a 1/4 inch, and then crimp it. Boom. Cold water supply is finished. Just for convenience, I'm gonna cut this super long, and I'm gonna give myself a short piece to work with. I'm not fighting with the roll the whole time. So we want to basically dry fit this, right? So I need this pipe coming off that fitting. I need something coming through that wall. Okay, let me just cut that real quick. We'll do something about 8 inches long where we can put a shut-off valve on. Okay, so here's my plumbing now. So how do I make all that work, right? Well, for simplicity, I'm going to use the T right here. So I need 2 rings. All right. And I'm going to need this fitting. I want 2 rings. Actually, I'm going to use a shark bite T. Now, when you're doing this kind of building process, anytime you get an opportunity to put a ring on a fitting before you bury it in the wall, it's not a bad idea, okay? You can line it all up right here in your lap. And pre-do the connection, right? Because that's going to be one heck of a hard thing to get access to after the fact, isn't it? But now that you're here, crimp as you go, okay? There are 2 systems. Either you crimp as you go and so you know you're done, or you can buy a little test gauge, all right? And you can just hold it up against the fitting. And if it doesn't go around, it's because the diameter hasn't been compressed yet. And that's how you can tell. Now, here I am. I could maybe bend it into place, but I risk kinking it. I don't know if that's gonna work. That's a little bit wonky. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna use a 90 elbow instead. Okay, so I'm gonna cut this off at a horizontal line. Right there. Add my ring. Put in my 90. Okay, and then I need a little piece to connect the 2. So we're just measuring by eyeballing, really. Trying to keep everything square and horizontal looking. It's really all we're trying to do. Yeah, that's better. There we go. Twist and cut. And I'm going to need 2 rings for that. I'll slide it on the pipe first. Go there. Go there. And then get everything in position. And then if that's falling down like that, what you can do is just give it a pinch with your hand and it'll make it more of an O shape. It'll hold it in place until you can get your crimper on there, okay? Boom. And like anything else you're doing, make sure you're happy with what you do, one step at a time. Don't go, maybe, and then walk away. Maybe always leaks. There we go, cold water's done. Now we're gonna do the same for the hot. So holding true to my concept of knowing the end from the beginning, you wanna know a couple of things before you start installing your plumbing for your shower. A, are you using any tile? Okay, and the reason I like to say that is the height that you put your fixture at can affect the installation when you put your tile in. If you're using large format tile and you don't want to have a grout line going through just the very top of the trim, you want to balance it out. You might want to know where your tile line is going to be. So you could draw that across your wall and then mount your fixture on either on the midsection, or if it's a big tile, you can mount it to be in the body of the tile. That's a consideration. For us, we're using polystyrene because I'm cheap. And I love the simplicity of having a waterproof system that's all in one, that doesn't require any special tools. So for the purpose of getting occupancy in this church, we're keeping the budget as friendly as possible. I'm just gonna go with what's comfortable. So I stand here and I stick out my hand. That's where I expect a faucet line to be, okay? Oh, somewhere around here, okay? Piece of cake. And then we've got a shower head. So I need to know the height. Now, here's where it gets interesting because the kit that comes in the shower is 72 inches. So I'm gonna put that line on the wall. Now we have 2 options. Because we're gonna have 2 different surfaces. We're gonna have drywall and then polystyrene. We wanna have the flange cover, which is 1.5 inches, on one material or the other, not half and half. So please do measure this off. Just for fun, I like to have my shower head coming out nice and high so that no matter who buys this place, if they're tall, they're going to be facilitated. So it doesn't matter if the water supply comes out above the polystyrene wall. We're going to go with an 80-inch shower head. Boom, right here. Okay, and the reason we're going to do that is because at least I am guaranteed that my flange is going to be away from this. By the time the water starts coming down, I don't care if the odd drip splashes up on the painted wall. We're using a bathroom paint when we finish, so the polystyrene will be sealed there and everything will be just fine. So no big deal. All right, now let's move on with mounting our blocks. We need 2 pieces at 15. Yep, and then we're just gonna screw them in. We'll start with one at the top because it's interesting. Now, for location, we already know the height, right? There we go. That's the height. For the depth, we got to have our fitting, okay? Now this is a drop ear made for pecs. So this is where the shower arm will get threaded into, and generally speaking, you want this behind the drywall, all right? And so what you want to do is stick this over here and tap the block until it clears the face of the wood. Okay, now you'll see I'm only about half an inch from the back of the wall. That'll be perfect. And anywhere on there is going to work fine. So I'm just going to grab a few wood screws, and I prefer to screw it from the outside coming in. It's a bit of a drop down here, but that's okay. There we are. Okay, now we got a bit of a tilt. We'll fix that. And you're going to want to use at least 3 screws. But I would suggest 4, just because you don't want anything moving around after you install. Now when you're going to screw at an angle, it's start your screw, go in reverse, back the screw out, and then while it's spinning, change the angle that you want in reverse. And it'll pre-bore the hole exactly where you want to go, and then you drive forward. And that keeps it from splitting every time. All right, I know, good trick, huh? Here we go. For mounting it, we want 1-inch screws. 1, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, whatever you have in your arsenal. Just resist the temptation to use drywall screws because they have a really weak shear strength, and you're gonna find it's gonna disappoint. Now, before we can screw this on, we need to know the center point of this wall. So to measure the center point, we're gonna measure from the flange to this indentation, which is where the glass panel is. It's 34 inches interior, okay? So half of 34 is 17. And because we put everything in nice and plumb, we can just measure from here plus 1/2 inch, which is 17.5, because we have to include for the tile flange. Now this is going to become our center line. We'll do the same thing for the valve fixture, but for now, let's just get this installed one step at a time. Okay, now the secret here is to get everything mounted and confirm the measurements. You can use a laser level, or you can use just measure off with a marker. But instead of going nice and tight, leave a little bit of flexibility. It makes it easy to do the installation of the plumbing afterwards. You get your pipe on there, and then you can drive the screws home after the fact. Okay, now we're just set up for success here. All right. Now, who'd have thought plumbing was this simple, right? It's almost like carpentry nowadays. Now, for this one, we're going to stick it in the wall where we want it. Nice, but we don't know exactly how deep. To get that information, we've got to open up the box and confer with the instructions, because every manufacturer has different requirements for the depth in the wall. Now, to be honest, I have not used a Moen faucet in a long, long time. I've done a lot of service work on them over the years, and that's because they have a lifetime guarantee on their parts. Okay, here we are. Here's our fixture, and it usually comes with one of these little plastic covers on it. And this is your depth cover, okay? What I mean by that is this. This to here usually represents the range of thickness of your finished wall. So if you were to install this fixture like this, and then you had a 1/2 inch drywall, and then large format tile, you'd find that your fixture was too deep in the wall, and you would have needed to bring it out a little bit more, okay? So what you're doing now, again, we have to know the end from the beginning, okay? We got a 1/2 inch drywall, we got 1/8 of inch polystyrene, and so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna aim to be basically anywhere in this range. This trim kit will install just fine, okay? So I'm going to set the plastic on the wood, and I'm going to mark, I'll do it over here. I'm going to mark right off the back of my pipe, okay? That's my mark. Now watch this. Just for simplicity, my 2x4 is too thick. So if I go flush off the back of the wall, let's see how that finishes off, okay? Yes, I am raised off a 1/4 inch, but drywall plus polystyrene leaves me right in the middle, which is perfectly healthy. Okay, does that make sense? If I had the wood too far forward, then I'd have a gap. Here, yeah, that's I can do this. I'd have a gap after the finish. Okay, so my finished trim wouldn't make contact with the wall. If I go too far back and I try to use like a piece of strapping, all right, then my handle isn't going to function because it's going to be jammed up against the wall, all right? So you got to find that sweet spot where your finished wall, after tile, after whatever, is somewhere in the midst of this little area here, okay? In almost every situation I've found in my experience, if you put the 2x4 flush to the back of the frame, This always works. All right, just saying. It's a pretty safe bet. I only went through all that information because a lot of people are out there, you know, you're doing custom bathrooms, and that information is really relevant for you if you're adding drywall and waterproof membrane and then large format tile. And maybe your walls aren't as straight as you'd like them to be, so you're going to be adding a lot of cement. It can really add up, and so you want to be careful. If you're not exactly sure, okay, then for the love of God, set it as far back in the wall as you can, all right, because there are ways to back off the mounting screws, right? So you can see these two holes here. Those are mounting screws, all right? And if your fixture's in the wall and you find it's too deep, you can back out the screw, pull it out of the wall, okay? And then you can tighten it up just a little bit. You can put shims in behind or something, so you can build it up and make it nice and solid. There are tricks. But if it's too proud, then you got to tear your wall apart to fix it. All right, here we go. Okay, now we're going to line up flush, and I'm going to stick that wood together because it's a little warped. Oh, I love being able to go from the outside of the wall. I'm going to just disengage the cover.
Okay.
Okay, so now you can visualize what's going on here. So we've got a hot water in, cold water in to the shower. That's the back. That's a mounting hole. All right. So on this panel, there's two mounting brackets for attaching the fixture, and there's two threaded holes here that come with machine screws for putting the finished trim on when you're all done. We'll put the whole assembly for the finished trim later in the video series, okay? So if you're looking for all that information, it'll be there. And if you're looking for this after all the videos have been released, you can check the video description, and it will have links for all the different videos in the series, okay? That'll help you out. All right, now let's get this mounted. I need about a 2.5-inch screw. Yeah, that's plenty of meat. Okay, same thing, 17.5, right? Here we go. Bam. And this would mount like this. And like this. And if it's twisted, you can back off the screws, okay, and then tighten again. You got a left and right, top and a bottom, and you can manipulate that until it sits just where you want it. Now the truth is that is mounted, but we're not quite ready for doing this yet, because you can see that this comes with the NPT thread on the outside, and we're plumbing with PEX. So we're gonna actually add the conversion pieces to this. And that's a little secret. When you're in the store shopping, realize that, especially the box stores, they aren't selling any plumbing fixtures that come ready for PEX. You can have the store people open up the box and you can take a look. Sometimes the box will have a picture and they'll show what kind of thread you need. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna do one at a time just so that we don't have any problems, but you just take your Teflon, okay, and you lay it on the threads, you hold it with your thumb, and you stretch it, and you just twist it right on that thread 3 or 4 times. Okay, and you break it off. And you want to make sure that you're twisting the same direction you'd be tightening the fixture in. And with this, go backwards till you feel it click. There it is. You heard that? And then you can go forward, okay? That was how you make sure you don't cross-thread it. If you cross-thread these plumbing fixtures, it'll be leaking for the rest of its life inside your wall, and it'll drive you crazy. All right, here we go. There's no need to worry about how strong you are or mechanical function here. There's no power tools necessary. These are machine thread. This has been the same thread size for over 100 years, all the way back to galvanized pipe. This is not rocket science. If you go 4 twists of that Teflon, you're going to be just fine. There it is. Boom, perfect every time. All you need is a wrench and the ability to twist it in circles. If you're concerned about your strength, you can get a second wrench and get on the body of the valve and you can twist opposite directions. But by the time you're struggling at all, trust me, you got it on there tight enough. And the beautiful thing about PEX is that even if you install it all and pressurize the lines to test the water, make sure it's not leaking, if it develops a little drip, you can just go ahead with your wrench, reach in and give that another quarter turn to get rid of the drip, even after all the plumbing's connected, okay? PEX is that flexible. Here we go. Now, our plumbing is roughed in. Now we can screw that to the wall. Right in the same spot. Okay, I'm happy with that. Now, the cool thing here is because it's raised off the wall, you can actually connect all your plumbing even with it fully engaged. Not like up here where you want to leave a little bit of room, okay? Now, let's go get some PEX and some connections. We're going to use solid brass rings. I know a lot of people on the internet have been using the pinch clamps. They're more for exterior water irrigation systems than they are for interior plumbing. Although the store sells it in the plumbing aisle, it's not really meant to be inside the house. So we're going to use the solid ring crimp. I'm going to show you how that works and how to measure and cut this plumbing parts. And don't forget all the tools you're going to need. We have a special section on our Amazon store dedicated to our plumbing tools. So you can go check that out and get everything all right there. One spot, and you don't have to spend a fortune for this stuff, especially if you're doing the occasional job, okay? You don't need a high quality tool for something like this. Let me just go through the process real quick. Here's what I mean by a solid copper ring, okay? It is exactly that. It's a solid copper ring. And this clamp is for 1/2 inch or 3/4 pipe. And when the ring goes in here, it doesn't fit. So what you do is you compress it. And it actually makes the diameter of that ring smaller, okay? And the amount of force that it takes to make that stretch to the point where you get a leak, let's just say it doesn't exist in any natural environment. So you have no worry about it ever leaking again. This is garbage because I can never ever get that to work. We're gonna use, I'm gonna be bold and I'm gonna get all the same color PEX. We're dealing with supply chain issues as well as the rest of the world. So I got 100 feet of this one PEX. It was available and I said sold, I bought it. And here's how you work with it. It's as easy as cutting with a pair of scissors, okay? And I'm telling you right now, it is really that easy. You take your rings, slide it over your product, okay? And then you put it in place. And then you double check your measurement until you're perfect. Right there. No measuring tape needed. No fussing about. If you cut it a little bit long, that's okay because it can sit in the wall like an S. All right. There we go. Get the ring clamp up there. And down here. You want to be 1/4 inch away from your fitting for best results. And go. Done. Guaranteed. I'm a little bit over my head here. Might have been smart to put that on before I screwed it in, but wanted to show you the flexibility of the product, right? Okay, now that that's where it's supposed to be, we apply all our screws. Done. Okay, so that's the first half. That right? It's more carpentry than plumbing. Now, I'm going to do my hot and my cold water lines, but first I've got to drill through my wood and provide myself a path to connect to where the water supply came from. All right, now we're going to jump into the last part of the rough-in plumbing system, and that is basically this. I know this is a little confusing maybe because most people have already got plumbing in the floor when they're going to change a shower pan, and so the rules are a little different. As long as you've got your P-trap established, you don't even need a permit to change out your fixtures. If you don't have a P-trap established, then you've got to get a permit because it's involving gases and trapping and venting, okay? Now, what we're going to do is I'm going to just add this to the backside. I'm going to actually glue all this in place and finish this assembly. Rough-in plumbing basically means for most scenarios that if you wouldn't have access to see what's going on underneath the floor, it means you're going to put the plumbing in and then the inspector will come and see through the floor where your plumbing location is. And you're going to have your pipe and you're going to have a cap on it, okay? In this scenario, because he can see how it's run down here, I don't need to worry about that. I can just finish the assembly. But just remember, for most people, roughing plumbing is just simply pipe extending through a hole in the floor, capped, you pass, then you put the shower pan in. I'm doing things a little backwards because I got access, all right? Just want to clear that up before there's any confusion. We're going to be coming straight from this location out the side. So the first thing we want to do is open our glue, which is always harder than you think. And we want to run it around the fitting and around the street on that pipe and line them up. All pipes are going to have this mold joint on it, okay? So you can use that to line things up so you know that you're going straight. Okay, that's awesome. That's the mold joint, and it's all in all fittings. And you can use that to line things up square, okay? So now we got that. And our shower pan is designed for a 2-inch piece of pipe. You only need 1.5-inch drain system for showers, but different plumbing fixtures come with either 2 or 1.5, so you got to make sure you can make the right conversion. It's good to open up all your kits and everything before you go to install so you can get the right material at the store. I didn't have this set up properly, so I had to go to the store and I get a 1.5 to 2-inch conversion, and then I can put my 2-inch pipe into that, okay? So, and that's where that fits with that gasket. So let's just do this in proper order. Whenever you're putting a fitting together on a rough-in, it's nice to leave just a little bit of room, okay, so that if anything was to happen, and always do both sides of the fitting, you have something that you can cut out. But since this is going to be buried in the floor, we don't have to worry about that. All right, we're just going to go nice and tight. Done. Okay, now I'm converted. Now, I need a piece of 1.5 that will extend so I can cut later. So I'm going to measure to the center of that hole. I'm going to bring the pipe out 20 inches from the center. I'll dry fit. I'll measure 20 inches from the center. That made in Canada right there. That's where we're going to cut. All right. Now I'm going to glue that joint. We use the word glue, but this is actually a solvent. What it does is it kind of melts the surface. So if you melt both surfaces together and then twist them together, you get a really good bond, okay? There we go. Now we're going to rough fit this. I'm going to put it in position. I'm going to dry fit this together, okay? Just to get an idea. Now, what I want to do, just so the inspector is happy with everything, and again, this is a little creative and going backwards, but it allows me to get a lot more production. The funny thing is they don't need to come back and inspect the shower pan after you've installed. They just want to know that nothing's leaking. So when they do a final, they're going to run the shower. They're going to go downstairs and maybe look at the ceiling and see if the water's coming through, which doesn't do a whole lot of good for anybody. Okay, the secret here is when I lift this pipe, I'm actually looking at how the drain pipe is sitting, okay? So when it falls, it's on an angle. When I lift this, it's square. So that's what I'm looking for. I want that height. So what I'm going to do is over here, I'm going to throw in a screw. And this is just metal strapping. It's called all round. Everybody needs to love this stuff because look what it does. That's where I want it. I can just set my all round. There we go. Now everything's nice and square. All right, problem solved. Now this all round can be temporary, okay? Once I get the plumbing connected, I'm good to go. Remember, because the P-trap's sitting on the ground, now I can do my measuring from up here, add my solvent, and get it the right depth. So what I want to do is I want to have the right depth so that when this is inside the hole, it's all the way down there, okay? So I want my pipe to come to this height. So I'm going to mark this right here. Oh, let me put it on the camera. I want to go this height with my pipe, okay? Now I can take my measuring tape. I'm going to set my tape on top of the fitting and measure to that black line. It's 2 3/4, okay? And just so you know, here's a fitting and there's a ring inside that marks where the end of the pipe would go. So you take your measurement plus the interior dimension, which is 3/4. I know this already, but I'm just doing this on camera so that you know, okay? 3/4. So whatever measurement you get from the top of a fitting you add 3/4. That's where your pipe extends to, okay? Here, that should help. So let me take that measurement again because I forgot my number. Okay, so we are going 2 3/4 plus 3/4 is 3.5. All right, there we go. So now I'm going to go cut this at 3.5 on my saw because I don't have enough strength in my hand to use one of these on a 2-inch. Still healing from an injury. All right, so we've got 3.5. And because it's a shower, I am deburring the pipe. Okay, I don't want things like this in here. See this right here? That's inside the pipe. That's gonna grab shower hair and it'll clog up so fast it'll blow your mind. Especially if you got someone in your house with super long hair, right? Here we go. Now we got that done. I am confident that we can finish this install. Okay, here we go. Don't drip on the shower pan. Get the solvent there. And we'll get it on this side of the pipe as well. Okay. And now we are gonna push them into place right to that joint. Perfect. Now I'm gonna slide my rubber gasket over top. Okay. All right, so here's the problem we're running into. In theory, this all works great, okay, with this kind of gasket. And I'm struggling with this because I'm like, I'd love to be able to make that go all the way down. You see how the inside of this is ribbed, okay? And it's also tapered. And so in order for me to get this rubber all the way down to where I want it, I'm gonna have to beat the living tar out of this thing. And I just don't think there's enough room for it beside the pipe. So what I've actually got to do is I'm gonna have to shorten my pipe. Okay? I'm too tall. Now, there's only one way to shorten a pipe once you've got it in there. And that is to have a really cool, fancy little cutting tool. And is this even plugged in? Yeah, that'll be messy, but it's gonna work. Let's see what happens. My pipe is... All right. Whew. Almost perfect every time. Okay, now we got room for everything. Okay, here we go. Let me just get the gasket. I'll have it set back in. Okay, now we can put the gasket on. Okay, let's go. Anything that is that difficult to put together is going to work long term. Now, I'm going to go find myself a nice big flat screwdriver, stick that in there, turn this as far as I can. First, let me try my Olfen knife. Yeah, that's not going to work. If you don't have a screwdriver, you might be able to do this. There we go. There we go. Whew. All right, just a quick recap. I've got my water supply done, my shower head is finished, my drain, my pan. I'm just gonna set this in place without really forcing it in right now. My inspector is gonna wanna look at both ends of this operation, okay? Now, the last thing to do as part of your operation is to always test your water supply, make sure that it's not leaking. Okay, Matt, go ahead and turn it on. This one just works clockwise, so you don't know if it's closed until the whole handle assembly is in there. Let's see. Okay, good. They shipped it closed. Whew. We're not gonna do too much with this today. We're gonna just take this, we're gonna reinstall it in the new cavity, and that's it. Life is simple. I don't even have to undo the wiring, and because I'm moving it to a cavity closer to the source, I have more than enough wire. If you see how this is made, it's made that you can have the screw in the wall in advance and then slide it over, okay? Yeah, crazy, right? So I'm gonna set my finish height right about here. Yeah, that'd be nice. Just so I have something to hang it on when I take it off. Okay. And then I'll put this one right here. Disengage. That's how easy that was. You know it's done right when it falls apart, right? There we go. Let's get the wire out of the way. Slide that over. Hang my fan. Get that other screw back out of the ceiling. Save that screw. Now, one quick step. I've got my fan mounted right where I want it. And that is pretty much flush with the drywall. And I'll tell you why. It is a lot easier to install a bathroom fan flush with the drywall when you're putting your new drywall on. And then I can take my rotozip, I can come up here with that blade, skip over the side, and then trace the outside of that fan. Piece of cake, okay? Now, for best practice, take this one and you put it in this hole right here so that it isn't gonna come loose and slide around on you. That keeps the fan from coming loose and wiggling over time. Perfect. All right, now all I gotta do is drill a hole through the rim joist, through the brick, piece of cake. I got tricks for all of that. First, I gotta take this pipe that was going nowhere, and just to demonstrate the fact, I'm gonna rip it out of the ceiling. Whew. Now, we're gonna actually intentionally move this wire away from all the ducting so that we don't have any issues. All right, now we just gotta get our hole outside and then connect my flexible ducting. Piece of cake. Except the walls are 2 feet thick. We're gonna need some bit extensions. Okay, here we go. Let's get rid of this gooey, fuzzy mess. Oh, that stinks. Oh. That's nasty. Oh, fucking dead mouse. Oh. So now we know what that smell in the bathroom was. I was expecting to find a lot more mold in the ceiling, but now I know. Oh, damn. 2 mice in that duct? How in the hell did they even get in there? Where is that pipe going? Gotta find out. Okay, so here we are. I covered myself in deep woods off. It stinks so bad in here, I put a mask on. I never even wear a mask, but this is actually helping. If they got in through the fan, like, that's work, man, because the grill was on. So this might go into a wall cavity, and they followed the warm air and then just didn't have anywhere else to go. But I don't know what to find. Like, oh, this is just... Okay, there's no more carcasses coming out, so that's good news. What in the hell is going on in here? I can't roll it because of the foam. All right, let's see if we can break this foam loose. Let's get this up into the room here. Yeah, you can see the foam is wrapped around the pipe. I'm just gonna draw this out for you guys, right? Here's the joist cavity. And I've got 1.5 inch pipe coming up and then goes to the back of the cavity, okay? And I got this 2-inch pipe here that's just going straight back to the cavity and then it goes up. This one goes to the back and then up. Okay, so this is what I'm looking at. This is the 1.5. This is venting for the toilet. This 2-inch was venting from the fan, But instead of venting out, it's going up. They might have tied them together, which means that something could have worked its way back up through my septic, gone up to the vent, found that connection and worked its way back down, because it's all air. They could have been baby rats. Oh, nasty. The only way to know if this is finding outside is to cap it and pressurize the pipe and see if it holds pressure. I have a sneaky feeling that's what I'm gonna have to do. Okay, so for today I'm gonna cut this back here, all right? This might be the solution to my problem because my SaniFlow pump needs its own vent line as well, so I might be able to use this thing, but I won't know until I pressure test it. I'm gonna do that with the guy from SaniFlow when he comes out. We're gonna make a video on how to hook it up. We're gonna add that testing procedure to that video. I think that'll be fascinating because if this doesn't pressurize, it means it gets to fresh air and then I can use it as my vent. It makes my life so much easier. It's just gonna delay everything for another week. I can't get an inspection until I get all that sorted out. You know, when life gives you a gift horse, you gotta be able to pay attention and realize there is no way for mice to get through that and nest here. But if they had to come up through the other way. So because it's all spray foamed, I can't tell if it's connected, but if I pressure test it, we'll know for sure. We're gonna move on with drilling our hole and getting our fan installed. So in today's world of crazy contracting prices, if you wanna get something done, you better do it yourself. Remember, there's no better contractor in the world than your own self in your own house. So because our window is so deep, I can't do a traditional situation where I would drill a hole in my ridge beam. I don't have the length of my drill is restricted, plus the drill bits, plus the brick. I can't do the job from inside, so I gotta do it from outside. So what we're gonna do is we're going to line up an eye line here, vertical off the side of the frame, right up to the middle of that cavity from outside. So I know where the middle is. And then I'm gonna take tape on this glass right at my eye level. This is my eye level, and I'm gonna take this measuring tape and I'm gonna measure the joist, and that's a 9-inch, so the middle of that is 4.5, okay? And so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take my measurement right here, get the camera right level, and I am looking at 51.5 inches minus 4.5, and to me that's 47. 51.5 inches minus 4.5 is 47. So now I'm gonna go outside with my marker and I measure from that green tape, 47 inches up, vertical on this. That's where I'm gonna make my hole. And this is the vinyl trim that we're talking about, right? Here we go. So let's get 47 on my tape line and then I'll hold that there. There we go. Our brick is, mortar to mortar is 3-inch. That I can get by getting one brick out. And our fan exhaust is only 3-inch. So I'm just gonna take out here, and that'll be my spot. Piece of cake, because I can get a 3-inch pipe in there like that. All right, so here's my pipe. 3-inch pipe it's a 3-inch diameter, okay? So as long as my hole is just a little bit bigger than 3 inches, I'm fine. And I need the plastic collar here to get in that hole as well. Let's just trace this out. It's 3 1/8, go to mortar joint to mortar joint. Okay, and we can clean off mortar really easy in these scenarios. 3-inch to here. I'm gonna make this a little bit simpler. I'll go 3 1/4 wide. Okay, so that's what we're gonna get rid of. Now, the easiest way to do this is to take your grinder with your masonry bit, remove all of the mortar first. Then the brick breaks off easy. That's a really good start. Next up, we take a masonry drill bit. On hammer drill, medium speed is fine. We want to finish going all the way through because remember, this brick is 3 inches, maybe 4 inches thick. And then there's an airspace behind that. So once we've cleaned out the mortar all the way around, I can hit this with a hammer and it'll shatter right off. Regular drill. Make sure you have batteries on the charger when you do this. There you go. So that's totally disengaged now. I'm gonna go through a couple of batteries and we'll finish cleaning all that out. Aha! That's why you always buy 2 of these bits. It's probably close enough. All right, where's my safety glasses? Oh, screw it. Safety squints. Yep, that's definitely the right brick. So now I gotta kind of break it in 2 or 3 pieces so I can pull it out, right? Sooner or later, it'll give up the ghost. Okay, finally. Let's see what we got here. There. That's what we were cutting through. Now we got a perfect hole. A little bit of mortar in here still. That's gonna work out perfectly. So here's the secret. We want a round hole, right? And yeah, it's really hard to get a hole saw in a situation like this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just draw a diamond, drill 4 holes with my regular wood bit. I'm gonna make them 1/2-inch holes, so that way I can get a nice long Sawzall blade in there, and I can stick it right in and connect all the dots. We'll cut out that rim joist and the insulation, and we'll find out if we're in the right spot. All right, so the reason I got this huge bit on is because, you know, like I'm going that far in to get the wood. I gotta go 1.5 inches to get through the wood, and probably 3 inches of foam. Hopefully we don't blow up any electrical lines. But I've done my due diligence. I'm pretty sure I know where I'm going. Ooh, that's really, it's a lot more aggressive when you're standing on a ladder than you want it to be. There we go. So that was aspenite. You've got a rim joist and then aspenite sheathing. It's a little chipboard, and those self-feed auger drill bits don't do anything in that. They just mush it up, and so you really got to force your way in. But now that I'm into the wood, it'll pull right through no time. Okay, now I'm into the foam. All right, now we grab the Sawzall. The good news is I can see my fan from here. Just a quick tip, whenever you're working with a tool like this, don't stand behind it. If that blade catches something while it's retracting, then the machine will throw you right off the ladder, because this is going in and out a couple of inches. So if you're right behind it and that happens, it'll toss you. You don't want to have that fall. Try to stand beside it. Keep the machine pressed against the wall so the blade is the only thing moving, and let the tool do all the work. Yeah, a lot of times you'll end up cutting this like a wedge. So my blade was kind of forced in, so I couldn't push it back, but there we go. Foam's still attached. Let's get rid of that. There we go. That's the wedge piece I was talking about. Okay. Now, if all things are equal, we're going to shove this in. Boom. Now we know it's installing. We're going to take it out. I got one little secret I'm going to share with you today. Developed this over the last little while. Whenever you have a brick and then an airspace, and then you have a weatherproofing system in behind that, it's because in the wind-driven rain, the rain gets in behind the brick. And it's designed to drain down to these holes and then come out of the wall. When you're in a 4-season climate, you can't afford to have moisture in behind your wall, or it'll freeze and then expand and then blow up your brick. So, because we know there's water traveling in behind it, because when we get storms here, it's usually a lot of wind, I'm going to take my spray foam and I'm going to inject it across the top of this hole here, okay, and create it like a dam. So if water's coming down, it'll hit it and hopefully travel around left and right and not get into this hole, eventually causing that to rot out. It's not a perfect science, but it's better than nothing. And when you get a chance like this to go a little overboard, you just take it because it makes good sense. And again, I'm not trying to insulate this hole. I'm trying to divert water trapped behind the brick away from my wood. Now I'm comfortable putting this in. But one more thing, I'm going to take my exterior sealant. And this is white polyurethane exterior caulking. Okay, the company may be this, but there's lots of companies that make these products. I do like this Mulco though, I tell you. It's a good product to work with. And this is for exterior only. I once did this, used a product like this, Matthew, in somebody's bathroom to seal up the tub because I was so disappointed with silicones years back. So I sealed up their tub with an exterior. Oh, it'll be fine in a couple of days. The off gases kept them from using that bathroom for a week and a half, and they actually had to get a hotel for a couple nights. Oops, learned that one the hard way. All right, now here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna seal right here. There's no need to put huge amounts of gobs of caulking all around the brick and the trim, right? Now when you make the hole the same size as the pipe, little dab there, little dab there, for good measure. And let's throw this in, make sure that the fins are going the right direction, that they all work. There we go. And get in past the foam, square it off, press, square, set it and forget it. Now we can come across the top with just a thin bead, but it always looks a lot worse on brick than it does on vinyl. That's all I'm gonna do. Anything gets in the side, it's just gonna come out the bottom. I'm good with that. Cheers. So now I'm gonna take my spray foam and I'm gonna go and reintroduce foam around everything that's broken away. I wanna reinstate that thermal barrier, all right? Okay, have a look at that. Now all I gotta do is take these galvanized pipe, cut it to length, snap it together, okay? Cut it to length, snap it together. And these crimps actually make this end of the pipe smaller than the other end, which means I'll be able to insert this in the existing hole, but I gotta wait till tomorrow because I need all of that adhesive caulking to set up and cure before I can put any pressure on it, right? But by the time tomorrow comes around, the caulking will be set, that expansion foam will be good, and I'll be able to cut and measure this and then make a quick connection to the fan using a flexible ducting. Once I get my rigid pipe into this working area, I can take a piece of this, I can stick it up and stretch it to encapsulate both ends. Use a little foil tape on the machine, on the fan and the other joint, and then I'm good to go. And this is a process you want to do whenever you're doing any renovation. Do your heating and air conditioning systems, your duct work, and you work your way down from the things that are the largest and least flexible to the most flexible. So we go from mechanical to plumbing, waste drain vent systems, water supply, and then our electrical. And you try to think end from the beginning and always leave yourself room to run the next system. So in this case, our dryer is going to be here, my washer will be here, but the blocking in this wall prevents me from installing my washer box directly behind the unit. That's okay, because the washers come with really long 30-inch flexible extendable hoses. So we're going to put our washer box over here, which is convenient for our water supply, and in our situation, convenient for drain and venting too, because we're going to be using a SaniFlow system. So it's going to be a little pump down here on the ground that all the wastewater from our shower and our laundry goes to, and then it's going to pump it up and out, okay? So let's get this installed. Then we'll connect the SaniFlow piping into the ceiling to our existing venting, okay? That'll be working perfectly. Now, if you've never worked with a washer box before, they're quite simple. The cap pops off. This is now your rough-in box. And so they have these little tabs on the side, and you slide these in, and these are for mounting the box. This is the finished trim. So after you're done all your drywall work, you then snap this on over top to get a finished look, okay? So put this somewhere safe in the meantime. Now, there's all kinds of knockouts in here. There's a knockout right here for an 1.5 inch pipe. We'll use that for our drain for our washer. We're gonna stick this bad boy somewhere up here against this wood so that I keep it from rattling around, give it a little bit of strength. And I'm just gonna use some 1-inch number 8 screws to mount the box with the flange. And that is as easy as it gets. Now that might seem a little bit flimsy, but keep in mind, once we install our drywall and cut out the hole and connect all of our plumbing, it's not going anywhere. If you are concerned about it, once you get your ABS pipe in here, feel free to take some all-round strapping and just attach it to each side and hold it to the back wall nice and tight. And you can get a good compression that way. That way when you're working your fittings, you can open and close your plumbing without it slopping around, right? Piece of cake. So the reason I set it up against the framing is so that I can knock out the drain. There we go. And that just finds the weak spot and peels open. Now that 1.5 inch fits up there really conveniently. Now, we're gonna attempt to put our 1.5 inch inside this wall cavity, which will require the water lines to be pushed and flexed around it a little bit. So what I'm gonna do is, first of all, I'm gonna cut through the water lines. This is the hot, this is the cold. I know this because the right side on the back of a fixture is always the hot one. Let's make life easy for now. We'll cut here, and we'll cut here. Okay, now it's easy to flex. I'm gonna take the opportunity to put my fittings on for the water supply here. We're interrupting to steal some water. One of the benefits of working with PEX is there's usually a little flexibility in the lines, okay? So we'll get all this done for our hot and our cold. And we'll get this crimped. And then you see all the movement? That gives us the flexibility we need. So we're gonna do all the crimping first. We're not gonna be able to do that once these lines are under pressure from the pipe. So it's best to get this done in advance. Again, of course, always use the solid copper rings. The pinch clamps fail. Let's measure. What we want to do is we want to have a pipe come from inside this, come down, and then have a P-trap, okay? So here's a P-trap. So now we're going to measure. And by having that P-trap sitting on the ground and coming straight out of the wall, that's perfect. So we're going to dry fit it. Just eyeball with your thumb, line up your cutting tool, press and twist. We're officially cut and measured. Here we go. But how do we keep it in the wall? Code is going to require all of this is glued in place, right? What we're going to do is get the glue work done first, then we're going to tie it in because we can just set this in position. I should be careful of my words, right? Careful of your words, Jeffrey. This is not glue, this is a solvent, and as such, you want to put it on both sides, the fitting and the pipe. Line this one up at 90 degrees, so it's coming out of the wall nice. You only got a couple of seconds to get that done. Okay, and then again, fitting in the pipe, and because it's a solvent, it's effectively melting the, and then after a few seconds, it hardens up again, okay? Done. That's modern day plumbing. You don't need a plumber to do this. You just need the right tools and the right information, okay? Plumbers will be happy to never have to do silly things like run PEX water lines again for the rest of their life. There's better ways that they can make money. All right. This is called All Round. Comes in a little box. You find it in the plumbing aisle. That comes in copper, stainless steel, regular galvanized, okay? It's just a few bucks, but it gives you all the flexibility for tying all your mechanical together so nothing's moving around. Now we can take our All Round. We can get this in position. And what we're doing here is not attaching the pipe to the strap. Simply creating an environment where this pipe can't be protruding past the framing. We're gonna do that again up here too, because there's a lot of tension going on with this plumbing. If there isn't a lot of tension, you can just throw the strap across, okay? Because we got a little bit of tension, we're gonna install the strapping interior of the framing. All right? And we're going to use this as a way of forcing the pipe back in position. See how everything's moved? There we go. This isn't under enough stress down here. So we'll do the same thing down here. There's just not enough pressure. Good. So now my pipe's in position. Everything's being held back. This is already crimped. All I gotta do is connect my water lines, cold to cold, and then hot to hot. Just a quick tip. When you get your PEX off a coil, it looks like this, okay? You can just straighten it out by bringing it a few feet at a time and just work it the other way until it straightens out a little bit. All right, that's a little easier to work with. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna measure by sticking the pecs in position, twisting it over, and then marking it with the cutters and cutting it. That's simple. Now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna stick one ring on each end and then put the pipe in place. Okay? You wanna push one way and then push back the other way. Create like an S curve, pop it in place, okay? Slide the rings down into position within 1/8 of an inch of the joint. Close completely and know you're good. Do the same with the cold water line. There we are. Boom. It is good practice to run your water lines a few inches apart so they're not making contact. Hot and cold running together make condensation. Condensation will drip inside a wall. That can develop a problem. So in this situation, treat it like you would as if you had an electrical wire running over a heat run, because in those situations you have hot with hot and you can cause fire. This situation you'll do with condensation just by insulating it. Using that 1/2 inch pipe wrap that you can find, that black foam stuff with the, yeah, that works too. Okay. Well, here we go, washer box is installed. All right, so let's go through it. We got our dryer done, we got our washer box, we got our drain now. Now, this is for rough-in. So my plan for a passing inspection is to demonstrate that I have the drain and the P-trap. The venting isn't really all that necessary because I'm putting it right into my Santa cube right away. If I fail because of venting, I would be amazed because this pipe hooks here and air can actually follow, okay? And the Santa cube box has its own dedicated vent. So we're gonna take this 1.5 inch orange plastic cap. It's called a test cap. We're simply going to dry fit it on the pipe, okay? Demonstrating the fact that this is not glued in, but this is temporary. Now, we have to move on to our electrical because our plumbing is done for rough-in now. I know, it's that simple. Don't overcomplicate your things. As long as you get all of the rough-ins, which means the mechanical functions enter the room and leave the room, whether they're connected or not is not part of rough-in. It's just having the ability to make the connections at a later date where those connections can then be inspected, okay? So when the inspector comes, he's gonna be like, okay, you got water supply, you soldered it, that's good, done, drain. When I come back, I'm gonna see how the Santa cube is installed. That'll determine whether I pass this or not. And that's what's going on in his brain. So everything's in the room. All we gotta do now is connect pipe in the ceiling where the vent will go and tie in over there. So the next part of this process is gonna be different for everybody. What we have to do now, because I'm using a Santa flow, is I have to have a vent tie in and I have to have an extraction, like a drain pipe. The units themselves have the ability, depending on the unit, to lift up 15 or 25 or 50 feet and out 150 feet or more. So it's not an issue to tie in a basement like this. That's why I love the flexibility. That's why we use them. Every time I have to open concrete or tie into something that's underneath the subfloor like what we have here, it's a lot more time and expense and frustration. So just spending the money on a unit and moving forward and knowing you're gonna get a good result, it saves a lot of energy. So we're gonna tie into the old bathroom fan, which was a wet vent. It's confirmed it's tie into the system. And then we're gonna tie into the existing vent that's over there with a T fitting for the vent for the Santa cube. The process will be different for everybody depending on your scenario, like I said. But just make sure that every time you have a drain, you have a vent. That's really the key. All right, or your plumbing won't work. Again, the question I keep asking myself, why did they run the doorbell wire right at the joint of a ceiling? One of the most dangerous places to run any wire. So whenever you're tying into your venting, the key is really to make your measurement and your mark to the inside of these coupling joints so that this goes over the existing pipe that's left, okay? So I'm just gonna reach up here, give myself a little bit of room to work with, mark on the pipe, the top and the bottom, knowing this, that once I've disengaged this section of pipe, this top part will have some flexibility, okay? We'll be able to set this on and get the adhesive in without any issue, all right? I keep calling the solvent adhesive, I don't know why. Bad slang habits. All right, here goes everything, kids. Here we are. Try to cut this somewhat straight. That's great. And because we're only dealing with air here, I don't have to worry too much about the burr action, okay? So, okay. I'm gonna get rid of the old pipe. That was interesting. There was water in there. There it is. Check that out. This vent pipe was holding water. That means it's coming off that elbow and rising up. So every time it rains, the water's collecting in the bottom of that pipe. Well then, let's take the opportunity to fix that. Yeah. We're gonna cut off a little bit more of this pipe so that when we connect it, we've got a bit more of a downward angle and we don't have that problem. If your pipe is collecting too much water, the air can't flow. So then what's the good as the vent, right? All right, let's take another inch and change off of this. Just enough to get some solvent on. Oh, that's much better. Okay, now when I stick this in, I also want to have it sloping down. In a perfect world, my pipe, even though it's a vent, will also have a slope up. Because if you ever do get some confused individual in the future tying into your vent to do a drain line, at least it'll still function. Maybe not perfectly, but it'll at least function. So lots of solvent on here to give us some extra drying time. We're going to be speedy instead of perfect here. We're not going to worry about how pretty we are. We're just going to get her done. And it's venting, so you don't have to worry about being too watertight. It's more about getting it in, getting it on, and getting out. All right, and getting that angle. Downward slope. And there the water came out. That's a good sign. Okay, beautiful. Now, I also have this 2-inch pipe here that we've identified is running into the drain. This is a wet vent drain system going on right here. What we're gonna do, oh my, well that's not gonna work too well. I need a coupling for that bad boy. I'm gonna show you guys how to convert 2-inch to 1.5-inch plumbing. It's this simple. Let me show you. This is called a reducer coupling, and it goes over the 1.5-inch pipe, and then a 2-inch coupling fits over top of that, and then your 2-inch pipe goes inside of that. Really all you gotta do is have the right fittings, lots of solvent, and make sure that you put the solvent on the pipe and the fitting. Okay, this is what makes this whole system work. And then we put solvent on this fitting and then inside the coupling. All right, and then we put solvent inside the coupling and then over the pipe. Gentlemen, watch yourselves. Boom. We get the pipe in the ceiling and then put the coupling over the pipe and twist. Perfect every time. Now I'm just going to measure across the other side of the wall, cut and fit the pipe and stick it over here on that T-fitting, and then we'll put a couple of elbows coming through the ceiling and that'll officially be roughed in. 56 and a half. We'll go 57 for good measure. There we go, 57. Over here. Oh, this is the good stuff. The real good ABS is a lot harder to cut than the stuff you get from Home Depot. It's not actual ABS. They just allow us to use it, and I don't know why. All right, into the cavity. Back over here. Okay, solvent again. By the time you've done this 3 or 4 times, you can be like, yep, that is way too easy. Okay. Set the glue. Worry about the cap on that glue later. It's all about getting this in. All right. And I'm going to take my cut off piece of pipe, use it as a spacer to hold it up. Done. Room to work. So, this is one of these moments where I just get brutally honest with my audience. I screwed up. This pipe is a little long and the other pipe is way too short. I don't know what I did wrong with my measuring, but if you follow my channel at all, you know half the times when I'm giving you measurements on in the video, I've made a mistake. I thought that was simple. Measured the space, I added thickness for the plate and the drywall, and somehow I still ended up good 2 inches short. So there's a couple of different ways you can fix it. This is the best part. Now we get to watch how we fix it. When you go too long, you cut the pipe back. That's the easy fix, right? So here we go. Yep, done. When you go too short, then you got to be creative. Here's one option that might work. I haven't checked to see if I think it's too short, but you can use, instead of a short 90, you can use a long sweeping 90. And it tends to reach out. Yeah, it's gonna be just a little bit too short. Okay, so no big deal. I could use it on this one. That'll work. What I'm gonna use is a coupling, okay? And couplings are simple. They're just wider than the pipe, and they're just designed for pipe to go on each side, and then put a pipe extension. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to install this onto the pipe that's sitting there, and then I'm gonna measure to use this fitting to have this coming out over here. So step one is to get the coupling installed, because you don't want to do too many of these joints at the same time. You start measuring and everything else, things dry too fast. We're just gonna get up here, do the pipe as well, reach in and slide that on. There we go. Okay. And I want it to come, and what I'm doing is I'm drive measuring, okay? I'm sticking it up against the fitting, all right, to get an idea where this is, and then it'll go back 3/4 of an inch when I'm done. Okay, so I'm gonna go to here. Let's cut this pipe. Your plumbing has to be as perfect as your solution for finishing, okay? If you're doing it yourself, and I've got a hole in the ceiling, like I said, I was gonna put a box around this. Well, I'm gonna end up putting a box around this too. So I'll probably have a box around the whole darn thing, make one box. That gives me a lot of flexibility. I didn't wanna have the trouble of cutting through the plate or drilling holes or lining things up to the millimeter. Bring it down, cutting through the fire. Oh, I've got plumbing down there too. Just put it on the surface, make your life simple, and then we can all move on. Here we go, on the solvent on the pipe, solvent in the fitting. Okay, reach and stick it in and twist. There we go. That's a good spot. And then I'll use a regular angle. And I'll get that on the pipe as well. There we go. Get this one in here. And you want to make sure that you do install these 90 degrees so the next pipe will fit nice, right? Let's get this one glued on as well. This one is going to be for the ejection, so we got to get rid of the burrs. We don't want to have anything making contact there. No, some guys use a special tool to deburr. I just like to use my thumb. Okay, set it nice. Set it nice. I think everything here is lined up pretty darn good. Okay, I'm just gonna put a piece of pipe with a cap on it. Orange caps tell the inspector that it's rough in. Whew. Okay, beautiful. Now I've got room to get inspected and get my drywall up in behind everything. Close this wall off. All we gotta do now is bring electrical services to all of our machines. So we need electrical for the Sanic flow pump, electrical for the dryer, and electrical for the washer. We're almost done. So you wanna have a little bit of fun. You're not gonna believe this. I got in touch with the guys from Saniflow. They're gonna bring the pump out for me. And I had a concern, right, about pumping it up through into the existing, what we thought was a wet vent. And I wanted to know if he had a way to test that theory. And he didn't. And since we didn't know where it was going, I said, well, can we put it in over here? And I was concerned because being under pressure, maybe it would end up in the sink. And he told me this: we're gonna bring this wire over to this box and hook up the pump. So all of the water will come to it, and we're gonna bring it up. And then once it takes a 90 degree, it goes from under pressure to gravity. And now that it's a gravity line, it acts like any other waste line. So all I have to do is add a 90 here, and then a TY on top of it. Add another 45 to get the nice long turn, okay? And then I can bring it right across and tie in to where my sink is. Problem solved. But what I gotta do here also is upgrade this. If I touch this pipe, I can't leave it. So now I'm gonna extend this pipe up to the top, which means I'd have to move the water line, stick on a metal plate to protect it, and I'd have to lose my medicine cabinet because I don't have enough room for the pipe. And what I would do is I'd take this fitting with the male thread, the female thread, and this little cheater vent, and this becomes my fresh air for this sink, okay? And it has to be installed higher than the floodplain of the sink. And so what I like to do in this situation is put in a fresh air return grill, like a cold air returning vent in the ceiling. And then this is perfectly legal. Problem is I have to take this wood off and the medicine cabinet has to go and all this work has to be done. So what I'm gonna do instead is this. I'm gonna add furring on the wall, 2 by 2, all my studs. I'm gonna build out the wall, give myself a little more room to do the rest of this plumbing. He also told me that they updated the code. Now I know right now it's really hard to get 2-inch ABS, okay? Every store in town is out. There's like a mad rush for building materials. So if you're like me and you need to find something and Home Depot doesn't have it, what you do is you go to the country stores. Contractors don't have the time to drive all the way out into the country to go find a piece of ABS. So they still have plenty of stock. So don't be afraid to check it out. I have to update this to a 2-inch, okay? Not a big deal. The only difference is because I ABS and this is a PVC, I have to use this transition cement, okay? Because it'll bond the 2 different materials together. And then we're good. Now, because all these water lines are tied in to go into the shower, I don't have anything here for water hammer, okay? It's not needed. I've had plumbers tell me over the years, you don't need to worry about the water hammer arresters on PEX. It still happens a little bit. This plumber says you should still have them, but he says because they're built in with the laundry, this will still give you a lot of protection, so I don't expect to have any problems. Other than that, we have the second vent line. I'm gonna just glue on a solid cap, okay? We're gonna treat it like it could have water one day, and we'll use glue. We aren't just gonna stick it on there or use a test cap. And then that should be it for us, okay? Turns out the pump that we're getting is just a 15 amp regular plug-in. So we're just gonna wire this box for a plug. That's a full update. It's a little interesting. Listen, you never stop learning as you go in this business because the rules are always changing. Plumbers don't get emails from the building code people when they change the building code. They have to constantly be researching. And a lot of research comes when the inspector shows up and says, by the way, you're doing that wrong. It's a crazy world we live in, right? So as I grow and I learn and the rules change, I'll continue to bring that information. But if you have different building code rules where you live, then put them in the comment section for us, okay guys? There's a lot of guys who watch this video. If you're plumbers, electricians, or HVAC guys, or even carpenters, and the rules are different where you are, let us know in the comment section. Help the community out, all right? So now we got our exhaust done. We've got a rough-in water supply, drain vent system hooked up, and we've got our pipe tied in for the removal of all of the shower water and the laundry water that we're gonna pump through our SaniFlow. We need electrical. We need 3 sources of electric. I need a wire for the SaniFlow unit, and I need a plug for the washing machine, and I need a dryer outlet, okay? So washing machine's gonna go over here. We're gonna just find a place where this box fits on the wall. And I'm using metal boxes that have teeth, okay? And so that sets the depth on the front teeth for the same thickness as the drywall, all right? And the rear teeth, we just hammer in place. Once I have that set up, then I can add screws, top and bottom, to hold it in place forever. Important to note, this is a welded box. That means that's a welded joint. There are a lot of boxes out there that have screws on the top and the sides open up and you can add, it's called gangable box, okay? They also come in plastic boxes, that's an option as well. In this case, because it's welded, I don't have to add any wood over here. If it was gangable, I'd have to add wood here as well and add that to the drywall, screw it all together, okay? It's part of the code, so that it doesn't disengage by accident, all right? Little tidbit, no big deal. And then this is our dryer box. This is not a regular square. This is a 4 9/16, okay? It's dryer box size. And there is these knockouts, all right? So I'm gonna find a side that has 2 holes so that I can mount it. The dryer's over here somewhere. I'm gonna mount the dryer box here. That'll be good. And I wanna have it sticking out just a little bit. Now this particular wood is a little bit crooked, so I'm gonna set it back a little bit so it doesn't stick out too much. And I'll screw it in. With my wire coming through from the top, because we're gonna follow, all of our wiring is gonna go up into the ceiling, across, and then over to the mechanical room. So let's open up our knockout first. There we go. Come on, honey. There we go. That's one side. A smaller hole is for 3/4. This is a 1-inch ring clamp. Let's try hammering this one loose. There we go. Now, you mount these boxes with the screws on the outside, okay? And then you put the ring on, And it's important to note that this has to be installed fairly tight. This is the security of holding this wire in place. And in a lot of cases, we're dealing with serious voltage. So, take a screwdriver or your drill bit and you tighten it up like that in place. And you hit it a couple of times, try to get another quarter turn out of it. There we go. Now when it's on, it's on. It's not going anywhere ever again. Now we're ready to go. Now we can mount this bad boy. We're gonna go with 2 screws. We're gonna have a box all the way to here. I'm gonna set this up a little lower. In this case, the dryer will be here, right? And it comes up about this high. And then there'll be a mechanical box covering all of the other panels. Want to have access to this without having it hidden behind the box. So that's why I'm putting it lower. You don't need to access this without pulling the dryer out, so this will be fine. All right, now all we gotta do is run our wiring. Piece of cake. Okay, so before you run your wiring, you need 2 things. You gotta make sure you've tracked where you're gonna go. You gotta have the end from the beginning, right? So we're gonna be drilling through this plate, running a wire inside the wall. We're gonna then be drilling through this plate to run a wire up into the ceiling cavity, and then it will come down onto this surface and will travel across. It's gonna go up into a floor joist cavity and then go over to the mechanical room. Once we've got our path figured out, then we'll run the wire. So I'll drill holes and I'm going to bash some holes in the drywall, and I'm gonna rip off a good chunk of this drywall here and expose the 1x3, because I have to have a nailing surface. Wire has to have a staple in it every 5 feet. So if I can't satisfy that, then I'm not gonna pass my inspection. Very important that you have your path laid out. You've got at least a hole that the wire passes through or a staple every 5 feet. Once you've sorted out your path, then you can run your wire. Yeah, it's a little bigger than it needs to be, but it's all I could find, so. If you're concerned at all about the depth of your wire, you can always add a metal plate and they just hammer on. If you haven't seen that before, we'll link in the video description. We moved the electrical receptacles for our kitchen, and in both of those cases we had to add those boxes. So there's some more information on there if you need it as well. Here we go. And because I'm gonna be installing a box all the way along, it doesn't really matter how much of this I cut out, as long as I'm within the confines of what I think my box is gonna look like, so. There's my nailing surface. So here's the unique situation. We have rules about the staples in the holes. There's a third option, and that is you can fish, because there's no need for a hole or a staple if you're not going to be installing drywall over a location. The holes and staples are designed to keep the wire secured so you don't penetrate it with a screw. But if you fish, there's no screwing going on. So then that's another option. So I can effectively just fish it right up through this hole, over to here, and then I can feed it to the other side of this beam from here. All right? And then we'll do another fishing location, and we'll just have a little patch to do instead of a whole box, I think. We will see. We don't know what we're gonna find until we go there. Okay, now remember, for rough-in, all we gotta do is have the wire in the room. So the other side of this door. So we're gonna punch a hole here. What we see here is, as long as I feed that on this side of the joist, I can go underneath the joist and into the room. That is awesome. Well, there's already a hole there. I'm just gonna cut out a little bit of the drywall in the ceiling inside the room. Okay, now I can get the wire in there. All right, now we got our highway. Time to run the wire. Hey. There it is. Okay. The next hole is here, and the rest is staples. Now that's a staple, right? Look at the size of that monster. When you're in the store, the wires all have gauge sizes, and staples are related to that. And they'll say on the package, S1 is for normal, S2 is for like a 3 wire, okay? I think this is a 4. This is for dryer. So I got a hole. I gotta have a staple here somewhere every 5 feet. And instead of using that surface, I'm gonna use the floor joist. And here's something very important. The staple, and this little pin on the side, okay? That's a depth setter. That tells you how much room you need to from the surface wood for the space. You don't want the wire under too much compression, okay? That's perfect. Any more compression than that, you can run yourself into trouble. You can pinch the wire, and people see it all the time. They hammer these staples till the wire is compressed. That's a choke point and it gets overheated. When a wire gets old, that's the kind of place where it's gonna start a fire. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Less than 5 feet, but I'm gonna throw another staple on anyway, just for good measure because it looks sloppy. When an inspector comes in and he sees that you're going above code, it usually is a good thing. Here we are. The only thing we have left to do is to get that wire into the furnace room. For full disclosure, this is an old piece of wire that I had laying around. I actually had this for the farmhouse, but I mismeasured, so now I'm using it here. I've been dragging around with me forever because that bit of wire, I think, was 280 bucks. And I'm not much for throwing up money. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna get it in here. Because it's in the room, it passes. And then I'm gonna put it in a box and then buy the wire that I need to get to the panel, okay? So this is for roughing. We're gonna put a bit of a curve on it. I'm gonna fish it up and over. There it is. All right. Mission accomplished. The dryer stove is now up to code. Ready to pass inspection. The only thing we gotta do is we have to get it into the box. Don't forget, the connection going into the box is not gonna be visible after drywall goes on. Again, that's what you're looking for. What's gonna be buried behind drywall versus what's visible now. As long as you satisfy what's gonna be buried, everything else that'll be visible later can wait till later. All right, so for final inspection, here's what they're gonna do. Depending on how much trust they have in what you've done, they might do one of two things. A, they might turn the dryer on to see if the electrical connections are hooked up properly. What you can't do is just stick the wire in here and walk away. You have to be very careful here not to cut your hand, okay? You have to expose the sheathing. You want to leave about 1 inch inside the box, okay? Because this compression has to be like that. I want to get a staple just above the box, just because there's a lot of things going on here. I don't want him worried that this wire is going to get interrupted with drywall. And then I'm going to take this and I'll put compression on the wire so that it can't be yanked out. Sometimes they'll do a yank test. And then you can take this onto here. What you're looking at here is a situation where it might seem like there's enough wire here, but let me show you something. When you go to finish, you've got to have one of these. And you'll see the black, white, and the red all go from one side. Now these are long, so that's good. But the ground comes off this side. So if this is the ground, are you able to strip and connect these 3 wires, okay? And then peel it back and then push it in. If the answer is yes, then you're fine. But if there's not enough ground wire here to go through this screw and connect and get into here and then do all your connections, then you're gonna have to tug a little more wire through, okay? Loosen this off, give yourself a little more wire. In my case, I'm gonna be fine. So that's cool. But the inspector is gonna be looking for this. Is my screw tightened on that ground wire? So when they come, they can visually they can see that. They see there's lots of wire here. I'm gonna have all this tucked in because I'm gonna be drywalling, okay? They give the tug test, they check for staples, they check every 5 feet. Yes, 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 staple, staple, good. All right, great wire. Now you're moving on, right? So let's go do the same process with the regular wire. It's just the same process exactly, only with smaller staples. I've got to create holes through the wall and the plate. This is the fire blocking, right? This used to be a commercial building, so fire blocking is part of code. Now that we're making it residential, it's not necessary. So I could knock it out, but why cause damage to the other side, right? Let's get up here, we need a hole. Those self-fed systems work really great right up to the very end. Then you gotta push. There we go. Same thing, we're gonna just run this wire the same path, use the staples, feed it through, get it into the other room. The difference is, in this case, is we'll run enough wire to get right over to the panel and then all the way to the floor, plus an extra few feet, okay? And then all we're gonna do is take out a black marker and we're gonna label on there washer. That way we know what we're hooking up. There we go. Sometimes when you're fishing between holes, it gets a little difficult to reach. So the world invented fish tapes. And this works really great. You hold the end and you can just pull it out of the handle. And this travels over a lot easier. There it is. Let's get it over there. Gotcha. So it's a very short run, so I don't really need to go through the whole process. I could just tape it together. But for the sake of showing you something, let's do the entire process. We take off the sheathing, we cut back the black and the white, we create a hook in the copper. No! My kingdom for a bench that was tall enough for this room. Unfortunately, it is a bloody 10-foot ceiling. All right, so now we'll show you how to put it back in. Hold the inside and you just run the handle around and it pulls it all back. Be careful working with this stuff. It is a thin metal band, it likes to fly around, it's got its own mind. There it is, there. And you hook it through. And we take our tape now, and you just basically are trying to get rid of anything that can snag. That's all. You want to have a smooth run through the ceiling. And we push and pull at the same time. Don't just pretend you're fishing, pulling a big tuna out of the water, okay? Push and pull. Here we go. There we go. Whew. Okay, let's fish this through here now. I've got enough to get to the ground. But as you can see, my panel is way over there. But I don't want to go across the middle of the ceiling. I'm going to go straight back. That looks like about 6 feet, another 6 feet over. Add a couple more. We're going to pull 14 more feet of wire. We'll do that right here. That's how much I need of the box. So I'm going to stretch it out. 4 feet. 12 feet. 16 feet. That's my run. Here we go. And now I'll pull that the rest of the way through. And we'll take enough here to finish that construction. That's fine. Okay, I just need to put a staple, come through the back. Okay. Okay. Stove wire is a stove wire. Permit guy's gonna know that. This is the washer line. That's for the final. Okay, now we're gonna take the tab, bend it back, flatten her out. We're gonna take the wire, location through the hole that's here. I'm gonna cut the sheathing. And I'm gonna twist my hand about 1 degree just so that I'm running down the copper wire. Now, there are other tools out there for stripping wire, but I grew up doing this, so I don't want to learn any new tricks. Here we go. Same thing, we put the wire through there. Okay, and then you bend it. So then when you push this wire back, it sticks out through the front. Okay, you bend it, boom, right? And then it's all sitting right here. You bring it through the same rule. Okay, have a little bit of sheathing showing on this side of the box. Tighten that up. Go like this. Get that ground wire screw connected. All right, there we go. Now we got lots of wire for our plug. We're gonna curl it all back in there so they don't damage the wires when we install our drywall. Now my RotoZip can drive around the box. No problem at all. Now, we need a few staples. One you're gonna want just on the outside of the box. Right here, let's say. All right. There's those tabs again. And for good measure, we're gonna throw a staple up here. Now, the inspector's gonna say, how are you closing that up? I'm gonna tell him I'm gonna build a little box here, okay? And that way, I can use that strapping as a staple mount as well. There we go, that's done. Now there's one more thing I have to do. I have to run a 14 gauge wire, it's a 2-wire, over to where the Santa flow pump is gonna go. It's the same process, I'll just fish it through and I'll bring it down to the ground and I'm gonna leave it coiled up at the ground out here. And here's the reason why, is I don't know how the Santa flow is hooked up. So by going with a 2-wire, black and white, for the Santa Cube, I'll go with a surface mounted box so it can be inspected after the fact. So he's gonna be cool with that. And I have the ability to put in a 15 amp breaker, regular switch, if that's all the power I need. It'll carry 20 amps if I need that, no problem. It'll also give me a 240 voltage system where the black and white can both carry power to the pump. Because I've installed a Santa flow pump before that was big enough it needed that. So the biggest pump they have takes 240 power. That wire can handle all 3 of the spectrums. So we're just gonna run it and then I'll be like, I'm not sure what I'm using. I'm gonna use a surface mounted box and we'll get that hooked up later. And he'll be like, cool. Hopefully, fingers crossed. That's the question. Am I gonna pass the code inspection or not? I don't know. There's 2 different inspectors. I'm pretty sure what I've got set up here is gonna work. It's unorthodox, it's in a unique situation. Make sure you check out next week's video to see if I actually pass the inspection. Okay, so first step when you're doing a project like this is make sure your drywall is the right size. You want to avoid any butt joints. And that's when you have the 4-foot side of the drywall up against another factory edge. You all know butt joints, they're extra coats and it takes extra time, okay? To make things speedy, buy the drywall the same length as your wall. In this case, I needed 9 foot, which they do sell at Home Depot, or 10 foot, which they'll sell anywhere else, okay? So I've got some 10s, and what I'm gonna do, first off, is I'm gonna do the top and then work my way from the top down. So I'm gonna mark my 4 foot plus an extra quarter, all right? And then I'm gonna install my cheating block. Now, having a cheat block like this allows you to lift your drywall in place and then set it on the block to take the weight. This is just temporary. Now, once you got your cheat block for carrying the weight, you wanna take another block. Okay, this is the best part. This block is going to be to make sure that the drywall doesn't fall over on your head. There we go. It's even more important than the one that carries the weight, because when you're working with drywall, if you put up a sheet like that and then someone opens up a door to a room and the difference in air pressure will pull it right off the wall, land on your head. That's no fun. That's experience talking. Next, we got our drywall and let's get hanging. All right, guys, here goes the challenge. It is 11:15 and my cameraman has got to be out of here before. So I literally have just less than 5 hours to pull this off. Let's get the first 10-footer in place here. Now the reason I went with 10-footer is because I'm working alone, which means I can have it overhanging on both sides. I've got to avoid that dryer duct up there too, don't I? Hoo-yah! Come on, you little bugger, get in there. All right, need a little more length over here. Now I can switch out the screw gun. Got a new dimple bit I'm gonna use today. And I know, yeah, there are things like drywall screw guns out there, but I'm showing you small projects for a reason. Homeowners that do small projects don't buy $300 tools. So, $3 tool, okay? Now, step one, of course, is installing the drywall. I'm gonna recommend you get a bench like this. Even if it's an 8-foot ceiling, it's nice to have that extra step up. And it's as simple as using an 1.25" screw on 1/2" drywall. That makes sure that your screws aren't longer than what code allows for the depth of a screw in a wall, so you don't puncture any wires or plumbing. Here we go. We're gonna lift this up nice and tight before we get going. Okay. Okay, and for everybody who doesn't know, we're just cutting the paper, just the tip of the blade, nice and easy. Come around the other side, all right? And then it just opens like a door. And then you cut on the crease that's created. Perfect every time. There's two schools of thought when you're doing drywall, if you have a longer wall. This is 9 foot and a change, okay? So I couldn't use 254s. It's still gonna have an extra joint. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take out all my stubs. All right, and then I'm going to actually put the next sheet on the ground. Gives me a reference point to measure up and over from, so I can pre-drill all these holes. I can slide it on, and then I can measure and fill in the gap. That's just how I prefer to work it, especially alone. I can't hold a 10-foot sheet 1 foot off the ground. I'm not gonna fuss around with that. Okay, so I'm just gonna measure over to the center of the pipe, 16 1/8, and then from the ground up to the center of the pipe, we'll call it 6 1/2. For every protrusion, even the electrical. We're gonna call that 39 and 23, 41 1/4, 28 1/2, 45 1/2, 20 1/2, 50, 29. When you're dealing with installing drywall, anytime you have an electrical box with screws extended, you got to shorten them up. Can't rotozip a box like that. Okay, I got that one, that one, that one, that one. This is the Swiss cheese of drywall. Oh my goodness. 56 1/2 and 17. Okay, this one's electrical, that one's electrical. 63 and 52. I don't think that's the next piece. That is definitely the next piece of drywall. Drywall is only 48 inches tall. Here we go. 81 3/4. And then this one is tricky because I've got a Y. So I'm actually gonna take the measurement to here and make a big oval and then patch it. Okay, 33 to 38. And then over here is 9 inches. And I'm gonna just mark that from here. I'll be able to see that and know that there's an electrical box on the side of that stud. What I'm gonna do is set my drywall up relatively where the end is so that I can visually inspect everything that I'm doing as well. First thing is first, translate all those measurements onto the board. And from here it gets nice and quick. Okay, here's a great way to cheat because this drywall square has numbers going in both directions. So I can measure up from the ground to my spot. Okay, so I'm gonna go 16 1/8. And then my number was 6 1/2. Next number is 39 and 23. And here we go. This is an electrical box. 23 is here. That means I'll rotozip after. My next one is 41 1/4, 28 1/2. 41 1/4, 28 1/2. My next one's over here, 81 3/4. 33 to 38. Okay, oval. And then from here, this is the best. You can see here, this is 9 inches down. Okay, I'm just gonna put the tape where the box is, work down to 9. That's my electrical spot. All right, let's rotozip. So the first one is an 1.5 inch hole. Okay, that's all my plumbing. Let's get that installed roughly now. Okay, now we do the electrical boxes. Now, this is a little bit too long for an electrical box. I'll tighten it up so that only this round tip is in the inside in case it hits a wire, it won't wreck it. Weird going on here. Ah, nuts. That's what it is. My goodness. Where's my drill? Ah! I wasn't paying attention. This box has built-in stops for the drywall. This thing was in my bloody way. Bad day at the office. All right, let's get that out of there. Okay. Back to the cutting. Okay, and then we have one over here. All right. Whew. Look at this. Look at this. That is like right on the edge. I'll adjust that in a second. Okay. Last thing I got to do is cut this box out because it is a little bit lower than the top of the drywall. All right. There we go. So that was a lot of screeching, but the point is, it makes quick work, and it's pretty precision. Now when I'm done putting this sheet in, I'm gonna foam all those holes. Now, I can't reach to the bottom. The stairs caused me some issues. So I score the backside, and I'm gonna just create this ridge here. Now you can probably see this on camera, okay? This thing right here. That ridge. So instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to rotozip from the bottom up, cut that clean. There we go. And now I can score it. Beautiful. Obviously, step one in a project like this is have the right tools. If you're not going to buy a screw gun, get a rotozip. Trying to do something like this by hand will drive you nuts. Here's the rest of my system. Don't worry about being perfect. You're going to put on 3 coats of mud. You've got all the time in the world to fix this up and make it look pretty, okay? So we're just going to take a little foam, fill in the gaps so that when we go to mud, you can trim back the foam and bring the mud in to bring this up to speed so that the wall is nice and sealed. This will give us a phenomenal finished look. And this is a great trick that will make any rookie a pro, especially here because we had to cut the oval. All right, boom. That's gonna make taping really quick and easy. Okay, last piece of drywall. We got 2 joints here. One of them is gonna be a tapered edge and the other one will be thicker. So we wanna put the thicker joint on the bottom because our eyes are at this level, generally speaking. Now, if everybody in your world is this short, then you go ahead and put the good joint down here. But here we go, 17 3/4. And that is gonna be smaller because I know it's not level. Yep, 16 3/8. Amazing. So I'm gonna go cut that piece of drywall and come over here, and then we'll just roto-zip out the box and we're done this wall. This is 9 feet long. There's no real simple way to do this, but a chalk line will work. So we're gonna go with the chalk line on this one. There we go. Now, since that's a perfect measurement, I'm gonna cut just above the chalk line, because in situations like this, it's easier to fill than to cut it all back. When you're working for speed, you don't want to do anything twice. Okay, so this is a little tricky. I've got to get this installed. It's going to bow over top of this, and then afterwards I'm going to route it out. Let's see if we can push that in for now. There we go. Come on, baby. What's the holdup? Oh. See, I went below the chalk line here. That's going to cost you time and energy. All right. One wall down. Okay, now I'm going to cut out that box. I'm going to finish installing the drywall on the other side. It's just drop it in, cut it off the excess. There's no protrusions. Well, before we go to time lapse, it is 5 to 12. First wall took us 40 minutes. Not bad. Well, that really sucked, eh? Just one area here that needs a little bit of love. I still need my drill for this piece. All right. Now that I'm done the other side, it's been 15, 20 minutes, we can trim off our foam, okay? Now, we just use a long full blade and I bend it. And there's no way this foam is cured completely by now, but if we expose the semi-cured in behind, it'll finish drying over the next 10 or 15 minutes. See, I got a little bit too much out of there. Oh well. And I'm basically ready to tape here now. Using this system will give you really good results around rotozip mistakes, electrical boxes, sealing up plumbing vents. If you're doing work in places where critters can get into the building, Using the pest block works really good. That just makes taping so much easier, right? All right. Okay, guys, here's my system for taping. Using a Hawk, 4x10, 4-inch knife. It's pretty much all I'm using today. And I'm going to be using almost exclusively sheetrock 45, USG 45, lightweight 45, whatever the product is. If it has 4 and 5 on it and it's drywall compound, that's the stuff, all right? No matter where you're from. Basic paper tape, and I'm also using paper corners. This is the kind of corner that comes off and then you fold it and then you just apply it and we're done. There's no metal involved and that is fine. Remember, we're going for occupancy and speed. So having me cutting metal and screwing on corners makes no sense in this situation because this goes like lightning. And I'm using air moving. Lots of air movement. It is hot and humid today. This is not an air-conditioned environment. It's going to actually slow me down, probably almost an hour in total, just because it takes so much time to get the moisture out of all of this when the air is so wet already. So hopefully we can still pull this off. But the idea is simple. I want to mix some mud. I got my pail sitting here ready to roll with my mixer. That's probably asking for trouble, but let's see if I can go nice and quick. Oh, and I should have got my slow mixer too. That's going to be important. Now, I'm going to use my DeWalt slow mixer. This is an amazing tool. It's good for mixing compounds, thin sets, cements, concretes. All right? If you don't have one and you're going to be a serious DIYer, consider getting one. You can't mix thin set with basic drills that you get for your home tools and power drills and batteries. Going to blow your tools up, okay? So if you're going to be serious about DIYing, get some serious tools. And I'm going to just make about 1/3 of a bag of this. And we'll see. We'll see what the water compound is like here and how it interacts with the compound. Everywhere you go, it's different. I'm using cold water for this batch. Might use warm water next batch, depending how long it sets up. But the salt content of the water and different minerals, everything like that affects it. So we're just going to start off nice and soupy to get started. Make sure that we don't have any bridging. There we go. That ought to work. The goal here is creamy smooth. If it's not getting smooth enough, just add a little bit touch of water. Let's check that out. That's actually not that bad. Just a drip. Now, the reason I'm using this power mixer is because I don't have the luxury of time. If I use a smaller tool or try to do it by hand, I'm gonna end up wasting too much mixing time, putting too much air into it, killing too much off the clock. 45 relates to how much working time you have with the mud, okay? And so since there's not a lot of working time, we don't have time to fuss around. So now we're simply gonna load up our Hawk and start applying tape as fast as we can. All right. And we're gonna try to not be too messy, but at the same time, when you're dealing with the speed is the name of the game, a little bit mess isn't gonna hurt anybody. Okay? I don't like working messy, but so we're just gonna fill and flatten. And we're gonna press our tape in. And then we'll put our corners on. And I got a little something different for the edges today because we're not using inside corner taping techniques. We don't have the luxury of inside corners when you're in a hurry. So we'll get to my secret for that in a minute. These laundry boxes have always got that little mounting bracket hardware that creates a protrusion. So you're gonna have to be aware of that and ready to deal with it. Always means more mudding, okay? Okay, here we go. Now we're ready to go. I'm gonna set it. Okay. Now we're going to bed the tape, work the bottom half, clean as you go. We're not trying to take the mud out from behind it, so you feel free to have it straight or even snow plowed towards it. We're just getting rid of all the excess, okay? When you're done bedding it, make it damp on the front, okay? That will eliminate any risk of bubbles. And bubbles in a situation like this will cost you another hour because you've got to repair them. You're gonna wet it. I can feel this stuff setting up already. Wow. Maybe we'll get lucky and have enough working time for me to finish all the taping. We'll see. I don't have the fans on right now either. So the good news is, at least we know the mud's gonna dry in enough time today. And since I know how to paint, I'm pretty confident I'm getting myself a free round of golf. All right. He creased my tape for me even though he's buying lunch. And a round of golf. Okay. Wicked. Here we go. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to show you my technique. It's two parts. It's taping and then it's a special crown molding caulking we're going to use. But instead of extending the work scope, we're going to what's called flat tape up in the corners. It's just a process of adding mud and tape where you need to fill a gap, like right here. Okay. Try to keep the other wall clean. There we go. Now, if your room is nice and square, you can get away with just caulking like we will at the top. But this area here specifically needed the extra help. All right. What this does is this gives me a flat surface to finish with. All right. And that's it. That's flat taping. You can incorporate this in just about any job to avoid having to paint this side, right? I can sand this out and just wash any extra mud off the other side. I'm going to do the same thing at the ceiling, so I'm not incorporating the ceiling with my paint job. This is how you keep the scope of work nice and small. Okay? So now you've seen basically my first coat. We'll just kick in the time lapse and I'll catch up on the second coat. It is now 12:40. I'm gonna finish the other corner and then turn on the fans, have a bite to eat, and this will all be dry right after lunch. I have a little bit of this mud left. It's almost done. It's starting to get stiff. I'm going to take advantage of that opportunity and fill all of my major voids over the next 3 to 5 minutes before it's too hard to use. And we got to throw the rest of that out. And what I mean is, yeah, it's still got a little bit of stick to it. That's good. We're going to take the 4x10 and run it a little tight and just fill all the gaps, okay? This allows us to treat this like a fill coat right now. When you're working with regular drywall compound, you can't do this because it shrinks too much if you put too much on. But when you're working with the quick set compounds, you can do that all day long. Also means we can come along the corners and do a fill coat on the corners, okay? And this isn't our final coat by any stretch. I'm still gonna do another bag of 45 and do another coat on top of all of this. That one will be mixed a little bit thinner. And then, see this? If you get junk in your mud, you gotta get rid of it. Mud, dirty mud is no good to you. Here we go. Well, this is not nice to work with right now, but it's still better than nothing. I hate throwing things in the garbage. All right, there we go. We're gonna throw the fan back on because it is really hot. I am getting too old for this. All right, okay, a little late, but lunch is here. It's 5 to 1. We're gonna throw the fans on full blast. By the time we're done eating, we're ready for third coat. We're gonna switch over to all-purpose compound of that coat. And then hopefully the fans will get that dry within the hour, and I'll switch over all my gear, get set up for painting. We should be able to start priming by 2 o'clock, 2:30. Someone's buying me around. All right, here. There you go, nice and hard. Now you'll see the difference. There's some two-tone going on. There's some dry and there's some still working on the dry issue. Here's the point. Drywall and drywall compound are designed to absorb moisture and then release it again. So even during your construction phase, if it's still holding too much moisture, it's not a negative. It just means that you've got to use a really decent quality drywall sealer when you go to prime your walls. All right? Don't buy the cheap one that costs you $10 a gallon. It won't work in this kind of environment. But if you buy something like even I hate to say it, but the Home Depot Bear Primer is actually pretty decent for drywall. That'll work. Okay? And that's in my experience. I'm not talking on behalf of Bear. They might have a different opinion, but my experience, that works. Now, what I'm doing right now is instead of sanding, and I've seen a lot of people talk about drywall and you sand between coats, and if you put way too much mud on the wall, yeah, sand it off. But if you're drywalling like I am, this is all you gotta do for preparation. Get rid of any bumps and ridges, okay? Identify areas like this that need to be pressed in with the heel of the, all right, to create a little bowl. Now when I come back, I can fill that. All right, just get rid of any ridges. No sanding necessary. This is preparation, and then we're gonna be ready to go to the next mud. Now the reason I do this is so I can go with less mud when I come back, right? If you get ridges off, there's less to fill. So if everything's flat and there's a bump, you gotta fill all of that space. So by getting rid of the ridges, you get rid of the need to put so much mud on the wall. It's difficult to use this tip, but if you're not in that much of a rush, here's a tip. after you do your 2 coats or 3 coats and you sand it back, if you're not happy, if it doesn't look smooth, prime the wall, and then you can do another skim coat. And then when you sand, you can't sand past the paint. And that'll help you eliminate a lot of the problems you're having, because it's probably your sanding that's the problem, not the application of the mud. And that will save your bacon. There we go. That's gonna be a nice inside corner now. Oh, I'm loving this. Time for next coat. And I found a supplier that says mud in a pail. That's awesome. Because it's hard to find good quality pails out there that don't get the chunks of plastic in your mud. So here we go. It's pre-mixed, but you just can't trust it, can you? It's never wet enough. You always got to add a couple cups of water in there. And then go really, really slow. Silky smooth. All right, here we are. That's the last bit of mud we're making today. Good, good, good. Here's my pail, and I'm gonna work right out of that with my hawk, and we're gonna do 1 more coat and that's it. So the next coat has to be either perfect or good enough to sand off, all right? And that's the limitation we're working with. That is almost as thin as I like it. But because I'm kind of cheating with my second coat, I need to have enough substance in here. I don't want it too thin so that it'll end up bubbling. The thinner the more water, the more it's prone to bubbling if you put it on too thick. So I couldn't go as thin as I want to, or it would end up bubbling, and I have to do a patch. So this is kind of the provision that you got to make. You're going to have to do just a little bit more sanding, but it eliminates the need for you to do touch-up coat, okay? All right, that's cool. Let's go get our big joints first. We'll see how this mud is looking. All right. When I'm working right now, every time I find any piece of dirt, I got to get rid of it, or it leaves a line, okay? So I'm going to use lots of pressure, make sure that it's clean, and then see I got a divot here. I can't fix that with pressure. Wipe in a little mud. Okay, I like that. Yep, that can be sanded. There we go. I like the mud. I think we're gonna be okay. All right, now listen, if you wanna learn how to use these tools, which I think are far superior to that flexible blade with the handle in the middle look, whoever invented that was looking for a way to do this without having the skills. This gives you a better look every day of the week. And if you think I'm wrong, feel free to hit up the section of the comments. But if you think I'm wrong, you have to tell me you worked on these tools for at least 5 years and learned how to use them well, or I'm not going to value your opinion. There's some of that dirt I'm talking about, okay? You get that, put it somewhere on your hawk that's separated from the mud. Don't let it become part of the finished product. This is harder this way to get it perfect. But like I said, as long as I can sand it back and be happy, then I'm gonna have to be happy with it. And this is one of these spots. Okay. Bam, that'll work. Remember, it's really tricky to do this because you're supposed to do joints and corners. They're in different directions. You should do them on separate days traditionally with drywall. So when you're doing them all the same time, multiple coats a day, you got to adjust how you're working and leave a ridge that can be sanded off. That's really all there is to it, all right? Leave a little extra work to do with the sanding, and that'll save you a day of letting it dry and then recoating. Because at this point in the day, I don't know why that was dry. At this point in the day, if we have to do one more coat, there's no way you're finishing, right? We still have 3 coats of paint, 1 primer and 2 finish to put on. There's no room for not having enough mud, or you're just gonna run out of daylight. Okay. Whoa, chunks of junk in my mud. I have not used this mud before. I bought it because it came in a pail, and the mix is very inconsistent. Not happy with that. Bloody hell. Picked the wrong day to experiment with a new mud, eh? Okay, I'm back at it. So my favorite mud is still machine mud. Never have this problem with my machine mud. Ay. This is just a quality control issue at the plant, and I'm not happy. But hey, if you never try new things, you're never gonna know, right? Bloody hell. Okay. And that will all sand just fine. Okay, so now it's just a waiting game for the mud. And that is relative humidity, how much wind you've got blowing, if you have the dehumidifier capacity, which I don't here today. It is now 10 to 2. So we've been at it for 3 hours and we've had a lunch break. So we've got all of our drywall installed. We got all 3 coats done. I'm really happy with the progress so far. Unfortunately, in the weather condition today, it might be another hour before I can actually sand and prime and paint. Having said that, it's just 2 walls, right? So, yeah, I'm still feeling pretty comfortable. Gonna be done today on time. Okay, quick update. It is 3:30 and we're having the mother of all storms outside right now. So we were hoping to be able to open the windows because a storm came through about an hour ago and we were gonna open the windows because there was nice dry air on the other side. But it is so humid in here right now. It's summertime in Ottawa, we're in a valley, it's a peninsula, it's humid. The new weather was gonna be nice. We would have changed the air. This would have been dry by now with all the fans going, but I don't have a dehumidifier, so I'm stuck. It's raining again now. We're gonna call it a day. This is gonna be another hour or so before it's dry in the current conditions, and that takes it far too late. So we're gonna pick this up in the morning and we'll finish there. And it looks like I owe my son a round of golf because had it been nice and dry or a normal sunny day without the rain, I would have had no problem getting this done, all right? From the point that I start sanding and painting, this sucker's done in less than 2 hours. I'd have been out of here at 5:30 and I would have won the bet. But hey, you guys, welcome back. It's the next day. I have almost completely finished sanding already. And that's because I'm trying to be conscious of the camera guy. He's got expensive equipment, right? Here's the thing. Yes, I failed getting it all done in one day, but we started at 11, we finished up at 3:30, and we really finished at 2:30, but we hung around for an hour to see if that mud would dry in time. Because of the weather, I'm back here today now that it's all dry. I've sanded most of this already this morning, and so I am officially, we're gonna call it about 2 hours left in an 8-hour day, all right? Not a big deal. If you start this Saturday afternoon project, you can finish it up Sunday morning before lunch. That's what you really need to know. What is the fastest way to get the project done? And this is it, so I'm gonna show you the rest of my system. And it really is key as the sanding block. Let's get right up here and take a look at this. Because if you remember, we did a flat tape up against the ceiling, up against the wall, all right? And all of this mud is just filling in the divot. So you wanna hold it right up square against the paint job. Because this is existing paint, it's not gonna scratch like it is as if it was just regular drywall mud. So we can actually go like this, right? And get a nice clean edge up against the ceiling. All right, that's really the whole system. Outside of that, it's like every other painting video I do. I use the sanding sponge to feather in the joints, okay? Right there, and then I'm gonna use the radius sander to finish changing the texture of all the mud so that the paper and the mud have about the same texture. That way when you prime, you get a great finish. So I'm gonna jump into the priming right now, and then I'm gonna show you what product to use to seal this joint so it never cracks. Priming. Use a 15, maybe a 20 millimeter roller, 1/2 inch Imperial. Okay, and you're going to want to use a little bit of pressure here. This is not like finish paint. Finish paint, you let gravity do most of the work. When you're priming, you actually want to be pushing this in. Okay, this is a sealer. So you actually want to be pushing this into the wallboard. A little bit of pressure. Not so much that you're going to cause a bunch of nail pops, but a little bit of pressure doesn't hurt here. When you prime, you always prime first and then you cut. You don't want to waste your time doing a really nice cut, because chances are you're only going to need like 2 inches. But you want to use the brush to finalize everything that didn't get sealed. I like to roll first when I'm in a hurry, because that way the paint from the roller has time to dry. And then I can do my cutting. And then the wall is usually dry enough that I can get my first sanding coat. Don't forget, we're going to prime and then sand and then paint and then sand and then, oh my God, paint again. Here we go. Of course, if you're not familiar with my rules for painting, use the cage. That's pointing the direction you're heading. Okay? And that works right up until you get to the end of the wall, and then you got to switch it around, because you want to have this end as close to the corner as you can get to reduce the amount of brushwork you're going to do. All right, so we'll switch hands. We're going to get as close as we can get here without making a mess on the other wall. Remember, the goal here is to do this work without affecting the other surfaces, so it reduces the overall scope of work. And that is the value right there. Okay, first line, we're going to get close to the ceiling, and then we're going to push it up a little bit right into the crack. Okay, there we go. Don't get paint on the ceiling, just on the drywall. This takes a little bit of practice, but you can go past 2 or 3 times and eventually push that paint right into that crack, as long as you're painting from inside the brush and not the surface. Okay. And if you come a little bit shy, that's fine. Remember, we're going to be using a little thin bead of caulking up here, and that is going to be the secret. And I'm going to show you which caulking to use, because not all caulking is made the same. Every product on the market has a specific purpose. So, in this case, we have to use the right product for this purpose, or we're going to run ourselves into trouble. If you're not going to do the traditional inside corner taping, you sure better use a superior product for this situation to avoid having issues down the road. There's no sense doing it fast if it's not going to last. Now we've got to give that about 20 minutes, and I'll come back and I'll show you the next step. All right, next step in my system. And let's get a good close-up of this, okay? You'll see it's a regular caulking, but it's a crown molding caulking. Basically what we call is a siliconized caulking, okay? It's an acrylic caulk, which can be painted with acrylic paints. So it's water-based, but it has silicone technology in it, and they found a way to bind them together. So this way you get a quick, simple application, but it also has the flexibility, so it won't crack, all right? Now that we got the flexibility worked out in an interior caulking, we're not gonna have nasty off gases. I wanna go with a nice small hole on a 45-degree angle, okay? We'll pop it in there, and we're going to want to apply this caulking with a technique where my angle is also on an angle. So I'm pushing it out just ahead of the tube and then snow plowing behind it to create a nice flat surface, because I don't want to have to use my finger or any other tools to clean this up. Remember, we don't want to get this all over the ceiling, so you want to be less is more in this scenario, okay? If you have to do it twice, that's fine, but here goes everything. Actually, let's just start it right down here until we see it coming out. There we go. Now we know we're good to go. Okay, so we're running into a problem because the paint is not quite dry yet. All right, and so it's actually scratching things up. We're just too ambitious. Got to give it another 10 minutes before we do this. All right, enough time has gone by. I just need an extra 10 or 15 minutes, not a big deal. All right, here we go. Now, if you can't get a perfect application like this, and you need to, make sure you use a clean finger and go nice and quick. All right, with pressure on the ceiling so that you don't get any buildup. And it'll wipe off that paint just fine. There we go. Ah. All right. Ah. There we go. That's it. Wipe it off on the caulking gun. All right. Here we go. And down this side where we flat taped, same thing. We don't have a choice. We've got to have a bead of caulking here. All right. And that'll be our cut line as well. So here we go. We have it primed. It's dried. I've done the caulking. Next step is take your radial sander. All right. And you're going for basically sanding all the flat areas. We're just looking for debris at this point. There's always a little bit of dust when you sand, and we're not really looking to sand down the dust that was trapped in the paint because that becomes part of the paint when you paint. But we are looking for chunks of debris, things in the atmosphere, animal hair flying around, but more importantly, sometimes you open a used paint can, you're gonna have little chunks of dried paint in it. And if you get those on your finished surface, that casts a shadow. And so since you can't see it right now, there's one right there. Little bugger. All right. You see that there? See the difference? Gone. Problem solved, right? So since you can't see all the imperfections where you're standing, just give the whole surface of the wall a good sand. Try to prep all of that so that you aren't going to have an issue with your finish coat. Now, for the sake of saving some time, I know I always preach to cut and then roll. You have to do that on the second coat because what you're doing is you're going to be rolling over your brush lines to add texture, make them less visible. But on the first coat, it's okay to roll first. And since our caulking is still drying, we're going to paint the wall surface. I'm using my favorite paint again, C2. This is a more economical version of it. It's just a simple flat paint. I'm going for occupancy, right? Not painting Taj Mahal. Here we go. We're just gonna get a coat on here. All right. Ah, that was nice. Matt turned off the fan because it was awfully noisy. But the fact is, you're probably gonna be working with a fan on your back the entire time you're trying to do an 8-hour challenge. You know? There we go. Let me get this done. We'll do the first coat. We'll show you the next step. One of the things that caulking does in the corner is it gives you a straight line to run your brush up against. And if there's a little bit left that doesn't get painted, it doesn't hurt anybody, right? So we're gonna get it close, just like with the primer. And then we're gonna push it right into the caulking line. Let the brush do the work. You don't even have to be good at this. Having a little bit of caulking that's it. You know, anybody can paint a line up against the ceiling if you put a bit of caulking there first. So not only is it a great cheat for a fast job, it's a great cheat for any job. Okay, once the paint has dried for at least 25 to 30 minutes, just give it another quick sand. Not too much pressure, just looking for little chunks of dirt like that came off of the roller. Second cut. Next step is your final roll. All right. Now, if you're in a place where you're doing baseboards as well, you can either attach them after you're done with adhesive, make sure they're pre-painted, and then add a little bit of siliconized caulk at the end. That way you can avoid having to paint it on the brand new wall. Or you can install them while you're in between coats and the paint's drying. Today we are working with the shower pan that was installed in another video. We'll put the link in the description for you if you need to see how that's done. But we're putting in polystyrene wall kit. It's a 3-piece wall kit We're gonna show you the right products, the right technique. We're gonna show you how to install all the door kit, because this particular kit from Max is one of my favorite shower installations. I've done about 30 of these in my career. Catch up to speed with our instructions. Why do I feel like I'm lost? Let me just check the instructions. Where's the rest of it? Where's the instructions? Are they calling? That's about as easy as it bloody well gets. Keep us on our toes. And there's a reason why I choose this every single time, because it has great water diversion and it doesn't rely on all the sealants that a lot of other kits rely on. So there's a lot more room for error for you as an installer and still get a great shower that's not going to go to mold down the road. So let's just jump right into this. We're going to go open up the box, take a look at the products, get organized, and then we'll walk you through the steps. There. Pivot to the wall. I'm good with that. Cool. Yeah, it was sketchy, but we're fine. Everybody survived. All right, let's just take a look at the components. We opened this up earlier because the shower pan came with the kit. So did the instructions. And always read the instructions, guys, before you go doing anything. Make sure you got the right tools on you and the process figured out in your head. And you aren't going to have any obstructions in the way. Like you'll see as you go through life, instructions save your bacon. All right, so read them. We've got U-channels. And in my experience, these go against the wall. And then these glass panels slide into them. So that's great to have. Here's the first piece. The first piece of the polystyrene kit. Here's one of the glass panels. Now I read the instructions already, and I know from history that these are interchangeable, all right? They come with protective tips, little plastic covers. Let's get the other one out of here. Always lots of packaging, right? And then we've got the door. Nice and easy to work with. Comes pre-drilled. All you've got to do is stick it in the right place at the right time. We're good to go. Here's the hardware. Make sure when you're taking something like this apart, you don't just go, okay, let's go, oh, this is garbage, and throw out your hardware kit. That'll drive you nuts. Here's, looks like junk. Door hardware. Be careful. It's not like they put it in a box and label it for you, okay? Here are the two back walls. And in this box are all the other trims, gaskets and seals and all the other stuff we're gonna need. Plus, this kit comes with one single aluminum rail to tie the sidewalls together to make it all work, which means it's really easy to install. A lot of shower kits out there have got a hard plastic cap. You got to screw through the top into the framing that comes with the glass doors. It'll drive you nuts. This is an easy installation. You're going to want to see this happen. Now, the first step in this procedure is to take the panel in, because we have to actually mark up where it gets installed before we can move forward, okay? Let's take a look and realize they're actually shipping this together with tape. That's gonna have to go. Wow. Only one panel at a time. I didn't bring my knife with me. Nope, I'm gonna need a knife. Whoa! Hello, gorgeous. Stay there. Now, it's important to note here, these products come with a protective coating on one side, all right? Let me just identify this for you. You need to identify which side the protective coating is on. All right, here it is. Found it, all right? Protective coating. That makes this the surface you want to see in the shower. This goes against the wall. So the fact that there's adhesive from that tape on here means nothing. Let's just go get started. Here's the installation process. 1, take a square, set it on the ground, and trust me on this, you're going to be wanting to paint the room after you're done. These pencil lines are going to be visible. You want to take a tape measure, set it to anywhere you want. I like to cheat and just go to a full inch. Measure in 7/8. Bam, that spot. What we're going to do is they tell you to pull out a great big level, and then when you install this, you install it on that line. We're going to use the laser line, because what this line represents, right here is where the glass goes. Okay, and then you have a U-channel. So this line represents the end of this polystyrene, and the U-channel sits right on it. And then you can put a decorative seal of caulking on the outside when you're finished. But what I like to do is make my life simple. I like to install my panel right here on that line, like that. Now the panel itself, watch this, at the very bottom, it's going to sit right down on this ledge. And in a perfect world, everything is all nice and level and square, but if it's not, we're going to make a minor adjustment. There we go. Here's my panel. This is my finished side. You have to leave the plastic on. Now you got to find a little bit of room to play here, all right? So let's go back out to the big room. So when you're working with polystyrene, you need to understand a couple of things. One, it takes a specific set of adhesives and sealants to make this kit work. You can't get creative. Now you can glue this panel to some surfaces with different adhesives, but there is a kit on the market designed specifically for this, okay? This is in the caulking department over at the Home Depot. It's not in the kitchen and bath department. You won't find it there, all right? What this is a 2-in-1 tub and shower surround kit. It has the adhesive and it has the sealant that goes on the outside after everything's installed to close up the joints where they intersect, okay? Every system you install requires the two different products. So let's take a look at them. PL700. I did a video and I talked about all the different caulkings, okay? PL700 bonds just about anything to anything. So drywall, painted, unpainted, tile surfaces, it doesn't make a difference. You can put this polystyrene just about anything with this adhesive. The 700 series also has the flexibility and the capacity to be cleaned up afterwards with mineral spirits, okay? It's not dangerous like a PL Premium, which you never want to use in your house once you have finished flooring. Because if you ever have an accident with that stuff and you don't notice you made a mess, within 24 hours, whatever it's on, it's not coming off. There is no cleaner on the market to get PL Premium off, so use the 700 as an adhesive. And then you've got 2-in-1 seal and bond. And I've used this before. Did a video where I showed people how to put on drywall waterproofing system and then use this on the joints to get waterproofing, because it works. And it basically makes your shower wall just like this polystyrene system, and then you tile. But in this case, 2-in-1 is used on the exterior to get a seal. Now, if you live in the United States, Lepage is not a company you're gonna find. Good news, all of this is available in the same kit from Loctite. These two companies, I think, are owned by the same guy. Now, bum, 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 bum. Holy cow. Here we go. We're gonna show you how to do this. They recommend that you put this bead near the edge, but not on the edge. Okay, I like to leave about a full inch. All right, now remember at the bottom, this reached past the drywall, and this goes all the way down to the pan. But there are different thicknesses in this situation there. So you don't have to worry about your adhesive going all the way to the bottom. On the back of the panel, all right, just on the surface later. And we're gonna get all this done like this, okay? What that does is it gives it a seal. Now water doesn't have any ability to get behind that panel, but we're looking for adhesion as well. We want the panel to be nice and smooth. And so you want to put this stuff everywhere, okay? That's plenty. Now, just for good measure, you can do this, okay? And you can trowel this. Use a little V-notch trowel. This is an old one that I have. All right, and this will help avoid it squeezing out the sides when you put it in. This is going to give you a lot more control for the next step, which generally speaking is a little bit messy, okay? Back to the shower. Being careful not to get your fingers on the adhesive. It's kind of like hanging wallpaper, guys. We're just gonna gently slide it down to where that mark is, and we're gonna follow the laser line. Make sure that the corners are making contact. You don't wanna have this inside the shower. I'll take that, and then we need this tool. This is the grout float. And this is why we leave the plastic on, okay? So use a grout float, press that adhesive into the wall board. Okay, and then what we do is we peel it away and activate it. And see how it gets all stringy there? And we just want to give this a couple of minutes. And we just stand here and wait. Smells amazing. We just wait a couple of minutes, because that is basically, it's an oxidation program going on here. This is what gives you the superior bond, okay? Now, we're gonna go back up. We're gonna get everything back on that laser line, okay? You have a couple of minutes to play around with this. It's not super strong right out of the gate, okay? We're gonna take our grout float. Now we're really gonna press that in. There's another tool you can use if you don't have a grout float. If you're in the flooring business, you could have a 6-inch little hard roller, a little rubber roller. It works as well. The whole secret here is to put some pressure on there. Whew. Then we're done. Now we take the plastic off. This is the key. The number one reason why these things fail, well, number two. One is use the wrong sealant. Number two is they install the middle before they take the plastic off. You don't get a seal if you do that. All right, instant shower wall. So, same thing, guys. We're gonna measure in 7/8. That's my spot. Drop my laser line on there. Love it. Now, another thing we have to do, because this is the fun side, this is where we have the control for the shower, right here. So what I have to do is I have to measure to the middle of this screw. From the bottom and from my laser line. Okay, we need these measurements. So we're gonna go like this. And the laser line actually shows up on the tape, which makes this easy. So we're gonna just call that 17.5. Okay, and then from the bottom, we're going down to the lip where we expect this to finish. Up to my screw, call it 39. And the reason we can be kind of close here is right here. I'll show you this. So I've got all my toys here for working. You know, at first glance, I was like, this will work. Because I only need a little hole, okay? But you'll see that this little fixture, when I get rid of the guard, you see this little hole here and this hole here? These are two threaded screw holes. And the finished trim goes on the wall and those two screws that set on there to tighten everything up. So I need to have a hole that's big enough in that diameter. And this one would probably do it, but man, it would have to be just measured perfect. And remember how we're putting this on this line? And this doesn't have to be perfectly level. I can't guarantee before I install this where my hole is gonna end up because of square issues, okay? So what I wanna do is make a bigger hole. To do that, we want to have this. Here's the trim kit, all right? Here's the two screws that I was talking about. And here's the kit. It has a gasket here. Basically seals up against this extension, okay? That works great. And this gasket here is designed to go all around the wall. And this is designed so if any water gets in behind it, it can drain out, okay? So your water doesn't creep up and then come through the hole. So to make my life easy, I'm gonna go with a big hole. Why not? Look how much room I have left to play with. I've got a full inch all the way around. Even if I'm out of square down there, I'm talking an eighth, maybe a quarter if it's really dramatic. So this will work. So when in doubt, make it bigger than what you need. If you don't have hole saws, you can actually use a knife and you can cut a square with the utility knife, all right? I'm gonna use a hole saw. Love this kit from Milwaukee. You thread it in. Don't go all the way to the end though. Back it up a couple threads. Push the pins in. Now it won't lock on you. It's easy to get back out. All right, so we got our hole saw, we got our measurements. We're gonna go translate that information on the next panel and then we're gonna cut it and then we'll bring it in and do the same thing with the adhesive. So 17.5 is around here. We're gonna go 39, 17.5. Now I can do this with a marker because this is the plastic that peels off. So don't get too worried about it. There's my center line. All right, now here's a great point. Now that you've done this, go back and double check your measurement. You only get to cut this once. And if you think you can just pop back to the store and get another panel because you messed this up, you're wrong. You're gonna have to custom order it. It's gonna take 2 to 3, maybe 6 weeks. It'll drive you crazy not being able to finish your project. So I went 17.5, 39. Let me just double check. I'm gonna use this underneath so that when I drill my hole, I'm not drilling through my flooring. You can actually look through the hole on the saw to make sure that you put the pin right on the right spot. You should be able to see what you're doing, okay? So I can see what I'm doing. All right, beautiful. Let's drill. Nice and easy. Oh yeah. Make sure that it's loose before you pull it out. All right. Now, same thing, we're gonna turn it over and we're gonna put adhesive on in the same manner, okay? Now, if you're doing a 5-piece shower surround, and they sell these in 5 pieces for you. So you get 3 full walls and then 2 corners. you'll need the whole kit. If you're doing a 3-piece like I am, you only really need probably 2 tubes, right? It's close. Regardless, if you use more or less, it depends on the user. You can buy each of these products individually. You don't have to buy them in the kit, okay? So if you need more, don't panic. You don't need to buy another whole kit. You can just go get just the tube that you need. Now, everything here is the same, except in this situation, we want to waterproof this as well. All right, and then we want to fill in a little bit on the interior. All right, and again, the instructions tell you to do the combing. If you're going to put a big bead on, it makes sense because it just gets too thick, okay? And what you'll end up doing is when you put it on the wall, you'll try to like use the grout float to smooth it all out, but by then it's too late. So this really works well. Lots of guys, and I've installed them like this before when I was younger, didn't read the instructions to the fullest. I don't even know if they asked for us to do this back in the days. But we would just put the bead on relatively thin and tight, and then use the grout float to smear it in. And we would call it one and done. Nowadays, you know, if you got the right trowel, do the right process, it's not gonna hurt anybody, right? Whew. Let's go hang this, pull it off the wall again. Boom, 2 pieces down. So once again, here we are on the floor, following the red line. Get rid of the extra tape. Bugger. Making sure that I'm inside and activate it. All right, and then we just wait a couple minutes. Oh, once you smell it, then you know it's activated. You'll get a real staunch vinegary kind of smell. There you go. Mission accomplished. Let's get it roughly where it's supposed to be. Remember, this stuff has a great workability factor, okay? So let's get on the line. Let's check our gap. I'm really tall here. Let's bring this down. I don't want to be tall if I don't have to be. Okay, the less I want to have to rely on sealants, the better. There we go. That's on the line really good. Just a quick note. Keep an eye on this. If you end up getting adhesive squeezing out, you can clean it up with mineral spirits, but you don't want to get it on your float, okay? So just be aware of what's going on at all times. Lots of pressure. Don't be afraid to call this work, okay? Especially if you're going over tile, because it'll be more uneven. Use a thicker bead of that adhesive as well if you're doing over tile. This is a great way to take an old shower wall and waterproof it with an exterior finish. It doesn't have to be over drywall. All right, okay. Oh, you bugger, come on. It's that tape causing me a problem now. You really want to get this sorted out before you go too far, because now you can't use the grout float. So just press it back in. Okay. Remember, this is clean. It's a polystyrene, a plastic product. So you don't want to use anything abrasive on this ever again. Okay, even when you're cleaning it, use soft soaps, mild rags. Don't use your filthy, dirty hands covered in construction dust to clean it in. You'll scratch it all up. Yep, learned that one the hard way. The next step is critical if you want to get a good result, okay? What they're calling for is adhesive on the side of the panels, because this should sit on the wall. The back is rounded out because, you know, whenever you do a taping joint, there's always a little bit of a buildup. But then they want you to also put sealant, a thick bead right here. Now here's the thing. When you go put this in, now you're gonna have to be really careful where you set this, right? And you want it to have it the same height, right? So that's the finish. What happens if I pull this off and all that stringy stuff comes with it, and then you go put it back on and you're a little off, and now it's all over the walls. Remember, we had to take the plastic off in order to put this on here. We got a waterproofing problem. So what I'm gonna do is recommend this. This is a little cheat that I've got over the years. Get your painter's tape. I know I always use this when I'm not painting. What we're gonna do is we're gonna mark off inside the finish line with this, so that if we get any of that stringy stuff, after I set this the second time, I can just peel the tape off and the adhesive's removed from the scenario. Okay? So let's get this in the corner. We're gonna like it there. And I'm not too worried about having it perfect, okay? I'm still gonna be using an adhesive sealant on the surface afterwards. I just don't wanna risk that 1 in 100 accident where you get the glue and it's stringy and it peels up and it ends up slapping against the wall. I don't wanna spend hours cleaning this. I'd rather just take a few minutes and throw a little bit of tape on the wall, just for peace of mind. It helps, especially if it's your first time working with this adhesive. Takes a little getting used to know how much to use to get a good bond. And trust me, less is more. When you're using that adhesive, okay, it doesn't require a crazy thick bead to be effective. There, now I got my insurance policy. All right. Let me just grab the adhesive and we'll get that stuck in. I'm gonna be a little contrary to the instructions here. This is where experience is talking, right? When you're putting the adhesive on here, put the bead way over here, okay? And this bead should be thick enough that it's sitting prouder than the wall, okay? And then come back with just one line here and one line here. Okay, that's all you need. Don't go crazy with this stuff. So this bead here is designed, if you can see the wall panel, there's extra panel on the side of the tape. This is designed to seal this panel with this panel, okay? And that's like a secondary layer of waterproofing. And so it's very important, but just as important as waterproofing is making sure you don't get this adhesive all over the place. Don't be panicking, you're not in a hurry. There's a lot of setup time. With this product, there we go, we're gonna need a third tube after all. How about that? Pierce the end. Here we go. All right, now, I'm gonna grab it by the shelves. Okay, you're gonna use the green tape as an eyeball aid, right? Rock it in place, lift it till it's level up here. The bottom gets a sealant, so everything else doesn't matter. Press that in where you want it. Put the pressure right on that joint where we put that bead, okay? This is the one that you want it to grab to activate. All right, now we're gonna pull it out gently. Okay, let's take a look at this. Here's our opportunity to realize if we have the adhesive in the right spot or not. Look, I've got some contact, but I don't have a secondary waterproofing system here, do I? So what I'm gonna do is, instead of following the instructions, I'm gonna put a bead right here and make sure that I've got a good seal. Okay? This is the difference between a good install or a bad install that fails. Now, and take it one more time. Again, rock it back in. Use the tape as a guide. Get it where it belongs. Lift it up. Double check, activate that second level. Yeah, that worked out pretty good. Still not happy here. That bead wasn't thick enough. We're gonna fix that. And the rest of it had decent contact. Not here though. All right, get this back in. There we go. We got a good bond that time. Okay, we're just gonna give this a minute. It's getting good and stinky, but I wanna make sure that that new stuff also activates. And you've got up to 5 or 10 minutes before you put this back. It's still gonna bond, so don't worry about it. Lots of working time, very forgivable. Okay, let's put this back. Our focus here, of course, is at the top here. That's the visible part. And now we wanna make sure we're pushing like this, right? Make sure everything is bonded weirdly well. All right, get rid of our tape. I got a little bit here. At this point, you're gonna notice there's just a little bit of a gap. Little gap here, little gap there. It's not gonna be perfect. It's not supposed to be, that's fine. That's what this is for, okay? Once this is set up and dry for a little while, we're gonna come back after the rest of the shower install, and we're gonna use this to put that little bit of a sealant right there on the edge. And then that's it. So now we wanna move on to hang in the doors and the wall panel system. That'll be awesome. Let's jump right into that. So when you look at the instructions, you'll see that the mounting rails have got 2 different details. One is flat, one's got a curve. The secret here is that those glass panels we pulled out earlier have the other part of the metal that receives inside this channel. So this needs to be lined up right accordingly where this gap is here, because in this particular model, which is why I love it, the glass sits in these U channels. So the point is this. The reason we measure 7/8 over from the pencil, because that's where this thing starts. It actually sits right on it, and now it's lined up. That's crazy, right? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna put this on that ledge, right on that corner. That sets the height. Oh, and it's gonna be a close one, all right? Okay, use your foot, put some pressure on it, make sure it's on the ledge. Make sure it's touching the edge of that plastic, the polystyrene. Now, once you have it in position, take your marker and mark the center hole of 2 locations. And only 2. This is where the instructions get very specific to your situation. For me, I have wood behind this, and I know it because I pulled out the pan when I framed the wall to confirm I had wood everywhere I needed it. So I'm fine. So I'm just gonna pre-drill with 1/8, okay? And that makes it so that it's very easy to get the first couple screws through the polystyrene and everything else. And that's what we're doing. Boom. Just making sure that we got the hole in the right location. Now, when I put the first 2 screws in, I'm not gonna tighten them all the way. I'm gonna leave a little wiggle room, okay, in case I'm just a hair off. But it's a lot easier to set this up with the first 2 screws, leave them just a little loose so you can make minor adjustments, and then punch the last 2 holes in. Let's open up this little bag of love that they sent us. So these are drywall anchors. For whatever reason, they think that it might still be good practice to use drywall anchors to anchor your shower kit door. If you have to rely on drywall anchors, just stop. Just go backwards, all right? Watch this video, go, no anchors allowed. This is stupid. You're gonna have moving parts, okay? You're gonna have weight coming in and out. If you haven't seen it, I did a video on drywall anchors and how useless they are. We'll put that link in the description as well. Stop putting them in the bag, Max. No one should be using them. Just put the label. If you don't have wood, open up your wall and add it. It's that simple, okay? Door hinge, handle, door handle. Here we go. I knew we'd find screws sooner or later. Finally, we found them. The door wall panel mounting screws. These should be 1 3/4. Yep, good. Okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna line this up, drop it in the hole. There we go. See the wiggle? Now that I'm here, I actually have the opportunity to get down, way down here. Have a second look at my locking position. I'm good with that. You don't want to put too much pressure and twist it all, because the piece with the metal, the glass, you don't want to twist that one. Now, I'm going to suggest that they have 2 holes at the bottom and 2 holes at the top. That's for situations where you're using those stupid plugs, because they know how dangerous it is. If you're not using plugs, 3 screws is plenty. Let's just get this in the right spot. Quick pre-drill. You're gonna wanna hold your finger on the tip of the screw for this. Okay. Now we can grab the laser level just to confirm that everything's fine. Looks pretty darn consistent to me. Probably easier to check on the inside because there's no profile and it's nice and square. Oh yeah, now that makes more sense. Okay, good. Now, same for the other side. The reason I'm using pressure with my finger, the adhesive is still setting, right? So it will pull off the wall. We just want to be a little careful. Now for the fun part. Now we just bring in the glass panels, set them in position, and then we attach the front rail, and then we fix all the side panels once we get everything set right. Oh. Okay, so now we've got to take a look at these panels. You'll see the glass is actually wedged in with the rubber gasket into that U-channel. So it becomes one piece. They'll still operate independently to a certain degree. There is a frosting on this glass, and you can feel the edge right there. That makes it outside, okay? Inside you don't want the frosting, it's hard to keep clean. And in the bottom, you'll see a white notation, a little sticker in the bottom left corner near the metal. That is a stamp that says this is safety glass. We want to install these panels with the safety glass at the bottom. And because they're interchangeable, they can go just about anywhere. The key is set the corner of that inside the U-channel first, okay? And then you come down gently on the glass and then gently into place. All right, that is officially installed. Because you're in the U-channel and the two grooves down there, all right? You can go grab the next panel and get that one now. Here we are. Same thing. Safety glass, there's a pre-drilled hole. Interchangeable. Watch this. Pre-drilled hole, same location, but the sticker for the safety glass you want at the bottom. Now, in a perfect world, that's true, but check this out. The frosting here is, if I set this in, will be on the inside. So in order for me to put it on the outside, I've got to put the safety sticker up top. That's disappointing. But the frosting location is more important than that safety sticker. You know, there's so many pieces of tape everywhere, it's dangerous. Any one of those pieces of tape, if it's left attached to the metal, will allow water in between the tape and the metal, even if you add your sealant. So make sure you remove it first. I'm not sure why they're packing everything with tape. It's not necessary. There we go. Nice and easy. All right. Beautiful, we're getting somewhere now. Sometimes it can take a minute to understand the hardware, but understand the concept, it'll help out. You want to have a plastic grommet in your glass, okay? You don't want to risk metal ever touching it. So there are two specific plastic grommets here that are gray. Let me just run you through the assembly here real quick. All right, it forces it on there. There we go. Here's the assembly. We have another bar that goes from here to here. This is going to go through all of this. And then this gray cap goes on from the other side to protect the glass. We will then put this grommet here from this side, and then it'll all get screwed together. That's a lot of little parts in one small area. So before I go any further, let's get this one on. Now, we're gonna just snap on, nice and easy. Oh, it just sits there. Well, that's easy. In the diagram, it shows you that the hole goes where the door hinges. So our door is gonna open this way, I believe, yeah. All right, here we go. Let's start with inside. This is gonna be fun. I'm gonna need 14 hands. All right. All right, we're gonna start with the grommet and this glass washer. And then I've got my threaded screw and my plastic piece. There we go. Yeah. All right, we'll throw them on the other side now. All right, here we go. Wow. Generally speaking, there's a slot on those back screws to hold it still. I'm gonna just go the slowest speed. My goal here is just to make this drill do 1 torque. Ooh, I feel resistance. I'm gonna stop there. Okay, this is not where you want to be aggressive. You don't want to, okay, give her hell, or you're going to just shatter the glass under the compression. You want it solid. Yeah, there's resistance. We'll call it a day. All right, on to the next step. This sits in the channel just fine. It's adjustable to a certain degree. Okay, so what happens is we'll put the hardware on the door, we'll drop it in, we'll lift it over, and then I'll bring it this way, bring it over, I'll drop this on, and then we'll bring it back into the door. And this goes inside of here for that door to hinge on. Before we go started, I have to have a set screw on here. I've got to back this out. This should be going in flush. There we go. Okay, so then we will set that set screw for that. There. Now we're not going to lose it. Good. Step 1. Okay, here's the screw that we need. There is an extra set screw in the bag. Congratulations, that's thinking ahead. Those always get lost. Again, I'm using my tape as my little hardware locator, okay? Now, I've got that, I've got that. Now I'm gonna take the other door hardware along with the instructions over to the glass panel and install the door. All right, here we go, guys. Again, it's safety glass, so it's not too much of a concern. We really just want to get all of this bloody tape and stickers off again. The side with the 2 holes goes up. All right, so again, because of this film, you want to find it. That makes this the outside. The outside of this assembly is the beautiful chrome part that everybody sees. Okay? Now, you want to keep your Allen key handy. You want to set this, because this actually like the glass grommet, and wiggle it all back and forth till it's nice and tight, and then you set your screw in, finger tight, until you feel it grab the threads, nice and easy. Now you can take the Allen key, gentle, you just want to go snug. Okay? And because it's machine thread, attached is like 1 finger with resistance. Okay? You don't want to muscle this on. If your door ever gets a little weak over time, these caps pop right off. This is the outside, so that means this will be my bottom. So just stick on the max cap so it's facing the right way. Makes it all look intentional, makes you look intelligent. We'll do the same to the other end. We will jiggle. That will be the top. The only thing left to do is to set these hinge pins that are sticking out about the same. And I've got the other one just a little bit past half. So if you go forward on the drill, it drives the pin towards you. There we go. Now that's done. Whoa, hey. All right, and this is where it gets precarious, right? Because what you have to do is find that pin, direct it into the hole, while holding everything at an angle and not letting the bottom hit the ground. Pinky on the glass, grab 2. Manage that situation, all right? Get it over and under. Okay, all right, now we're gonna set this on our little thing here, okay? We're gonna roll it into place. These are designed for those little chrome caps. When we're all done, you're gonna wanna use one of these for every screw that you can see. Line up the hole. There we are. You'll notice the hinge is in the wrong location. So I'm going to put the drill into that screw, and I want to drive the pin towards me, and that was on forward. Or reverse from the outside, but that's a lousy angle. This is one of these situations where the chuck and the drill just create an issue. You can't get close enough to line up that screw, and because it's Phillips, if you don't go in there square, you're gonna strip it. I've already stripped the other side. So I'm on reverse now. I'm gonna hold this. This is my adjustable drill. There we go. Okay, so I'm gonna make sure that here, this is just a little bit further away. I like that. And now the top is actually gonna drive back a little bit. Okay, let's check that one. We're just looking for the angle. So the idea here is to get this parallel so that the gasket works. This is not a perfect world, eh? Okay, we're getting really consistent there now. I'm liking that. It's close enough that we got to start working on the rest of this feature. And that is going to be, one, securing these two panels together from the inside, because right now it still moves around, right? And then second is getting all the gaskets on so that we get a good magnetic seal. All right, so before we can start messing around with that, we've got to attach these screws with these plastics and then with all the chromes. Snap, crackle, pop. That's it. And it just makes everything look very intentional. If you don't have a kit like this, get one, okay? They want a 3/32. I'm gonna use probably my short bit this time. I don't use the short bits very often. I don't have a need for a lot of clearance. And we're just pre-drilling. I'm gonna just get this started. And the secret when you're doing this, because you want to create resistance to this kind of motion when the door is opening, is drill on the inside of that screw hole on the frame. Right there. Now when you punch through, stop, because now you're through this side of that metal. You still have two more pieces of metal to drill through. You don't have to go that far. So we're going to take our little tiny Phillips bit and we're going to set it in that hole we pre-drilled and tighten that up. Woo! I'm going to stick a plastic cap on that. There you go. That's finished. We'll do the other 5 holes and then we're going to adjust the rest of this. Now, do me a favor and learn from my mistakes. One time, years ago, I was doing this and I was following their advice. I was pre-drilling, but I was using the wrong size hole. It was just a little bit too small. Because with 3/32, man, that is exact, but that is exactly what you need here. What happened is all these little screws, they sheared right on half. And I was what you would call screwed. I had to go across town to a special fastener store, line up new screws at the same depth that were wider, pre-drill new holes, bore out the existing screws. It took me an entire afternoon to install 6 screws because I didn't have the right size drill bit. You don't want that to happen to you. Oh, look at that. And even saying that, with the right bit, I sheared off a screw. Love it. For everybody who wants to know, how are you going to fix that, Jeff? Here we go. We're going to drill a second hole next to it. And hopefully this time, it does what it's told to do. Now there's a possibility I might have missed that hole with the first screw. Maybe I was just drilling through the metal, I don't know. Nope. Something going on with the density of that material. It's just not receiving it. All right, welcome to Made in China. Here we go. The solution now, because I don't need that one to be very strong, is I'm gonna put a dab of clear silicone on there. I'm gonna set it in place, and then tomorrow, I'll put on the decorative cap. Yeah, I know. You can tell me in the comment section what you think of that fix. Here's the door handle. You can see there's a little piece of clear plastic here. That goes in where the glass is. Right, we have a washer on both sides. So we don't actually have any metal making contact with the glass. And that just threads on like 100 times. So if this gets loose and falls off on you, you deserve it, because that's ridiculous amount of threading. Always remove the stickers before use. When you get these hot, they just don't come off the same in the future. Now it's time to move on to the gaskets. That's going to be awesome. By the way, these little things here, they just go in these holes now that you don't need them. It's just so that you don't get soap scum buildup and that sort of thing. Here, let me just hammer that in. There we go. Good. And this one is actually really short. So if you wanted to use this, you got to grab a pair of side cutters and chop this way down. All right. That's what I'm going to do, because it always looks like hell over time. Getting all that dirt in there and you can't clean it up properly. Here we go. Just cut 2 little fins left, right? That's probably a lot. There we go. It's all about the details, right? Now, we need to get the gaskets on and make sure that we're going to keep the water in. Now, yeah, we want the glass going like this, right up to the top of the hinge. You want to move your hands and press it in. Don't slide down to push it on. The amount of friction you're going to get, you're going to just cross a amount of heat. It's going to burn you instantly. And you're going to be like, thank you for saving me a good burn, Jeff. The fin goes on the interior of the shower, so it covers over the other glass, okay? Here we go. Now, let's double check, make sure that it covers the gap. Like a rock star. Okay. Next up, we have these 2 pieces that go together. And they have a little magnetic strip on them. And that's all you need to close the door. Apparently, we've got 1 piece that goes here. And then this one will go on the door. And then when you close, these 2 magnets will come together. So what we're looking at here is, now I can make minor adjustments to the door to move the hinge pin to line this up where the magnet is actually making good contact with the bottom. It's close to the top, but we need to move this over a little bit more. That's not what I wanted to see happen here, but... Okay. There. Boom. That's all it is. There we go. So that's basically done. Now, that's awesome. So the only thing left to do here now, of course, is paint the bathroom, but relating to the shower is to put the sealant on, okay? And then I can put the trim kit on this shower and we're good to go. So I've got to seal the rail to the polystyrene, and I got to seal these 2 gaps. And I also like to seal along the bottom, just for good measure, right in this gap down here. Let's just push this in nice and tight against with that adhesive. Now remember, that's not the edge of the shower pan. It goes in and then up again, another ½ inch. So this is a water diversion system already like this. But if we get a small bead of sealant on there, that'll help make sure that this acts more like a waterproofing system. Obviously in this corner, we're not gonna get that. So it's up to you if you wanna put a sealant bead on there or not. For me, if I get shadows, because I'm a little out of level, I like to close the shadow up. So I'll put sealant here and up the side, and then down here, and then this way, and just leave that be. One on the inside of that corner, one on the inside of this corner. And that's a shower, baby. Because our joints are nice, we're gonna go the relatively small 45-degree angle, just big enough to get this puncture tube through here. Good to go. All right. All right, guys, and here's how we're gonna do this. I'm gonna put the sealant with my angle. I'm gonna put it right there on the side, okay? And then I'm gonna gently snow plow it. Here we are. This takes patience. Not putting a lot of pressure on the caulking gun. I don't wanna have to wipe it. Stuff's incredibly gummy, but I wanna leave a good bead. All right, and if I see I'm starting to build up, I'll take it and I'll wipe it off. Get rid of the pressure. start clean again. Okay, now if you're not comfortable with using the caulking gun like this, grab one of these bad boys, okay? Home Depot, in the paint department, is for silicone. Okay, and just use that tip, and that makes a nice bead for you. All right, keep it clean, keep it handy, and if you need it, grab it. If you don't, then you don't. Let me just show you. I'm going to use the old technique where I lick my finger, and I'll show you the difference with the sealant. It doesn't react the same, okay? Just makes a bloody mess. All right, that's why I don't use it. I'd rather use the tool than my finger. And I don't want to wipe it all away. I want to leave it on there because this requires the deflection. You want that material there so that over time it doesn't crack. If you don't have enough material at this joint, it won't seal properly. That's done. All right, guys. We're going to install the shower system here now. Lots of parts going on. Couple of screws. Let's get that. That's the end of this assembly. This is all part of the water control measures. Now, right there, ish. Yep. Okay, like that. And call me crazy, but this is amazingly weird, isn't it? Okay, and then what happens is this will go over top of all of this assembly. That's the off position. I'm not going to show you because the water's on. And then when you turn this, because of all the threads, this is how you control. So this gets screwed in, and then we'll put the handle on. But first, we do need to put on the plate. And this should go over top of all of this assembly. All right, now this is the part of this job that's really weird. You try to line this up properly. You got mowing at the bottom. You know there's a screw over here a couple of inches in. You don't really know where. Right? So you got hand thread, just nice and gentle. If you think you found it, put a few threads on it and then pull it out. If it's holding on, you found it. You're going to find where you think the hole is, nice and gentle. Okay? If it doesn't go easy, you can be cross-threading it. All right? Now that we know that we got it in the right spot, we're just going to use our drill driver to drive it home. Goal is to get rid of any gap here, okay? Because that means that our gasket on the other side of this is totally engaged with the polystyrene. Okay, here we go. Now, a little bit more, we want to close this gap especially. Perfect, okay. Oh, oh, oh. When you're working in a shower, just a note, see that? That's a drain. Put your foot on it. You don't want to lose the screws. That is a lesson you learn the hard way. It's good to have a system, right? Now in this situation, I can't tell. I'm going to go on reverse. Boom, I heard that. We'll try that one more time. I'll go slower. Okay, that little locking noise, that's where the thread is actually joined. Then we can go in nice and slow, knowing that we got that. All right. Now the rest of that handle is going on here. Now this blue stripe is a little bit of Loctite, okay? So what it does is it goes up through here and doesn't do anything. It screws through this little plastic bracket, goes through that hole, and it actually screws into the metal thread on the top part here. So it passes through the whole assembly, all right? What we're gonna do is we're gonna set it on the long end. We're gonna set this where it goes. We're gonna push this up through the hole, and we're just gonna go real gentle, make sure that we're in that thread. We don't wanna cross thread this on either. 1 second, let's back this out. I wonder if I put the other water assembly on backwards. Yeah, this all seems a little bit too chilly. A little loose. There we go, that's better. I'm just a little paranoid when I'm dealing with these parts, so I didn't drive it in enough. Whenever you're dealing with a mix of metal and plastic, You always run the risk of being too aggressive with the tools and then breaking something made of plastic. There we go, that's nice and controlled. All right, now it just works single function, just for the shower head. Now, I'm gonna paint this room, and then I'm gonna drill the hole, and then we'll stick in the faucet. Important to note, before you get started a project like this where you're dealing with plumbing, you wanna turn the water to the house off. If you can't, then at least turn off the shutoff valves, all right? And be ready for anything. Most sinks are installed, they're screwed to a framing. Oy, oy, oy. Not hard to tell the cabinet went in before the plumbing. All right, now, that appears to be it for fasteners. What we have here is a very traditional installation where they're relying on gravity and silicone. So we got to release the silicone seal. Hopefully it's just around the sink and not in behind the sink. Yep. There we go. That's simple, guys. Okay. Wow, that was easy. There we go. Okay. Nasty. Okay. Okay. Right there. There we go. Here's a great way. Test and see if your water is actually off, if the pressure's out of your system, and if this valve in particular, if you can't turn the water off, is actually functioning properly. Throw in a bunch of paper towel, soak up that water, come back and check in a couple minutes and see if it bubbles over again. As long as that valve stays empty, you know we're in good shape. So far, so good. The next step to putting in a new vinyl floor like this is we want to remove all of our casing and baseboards. We don't want to have to be cutting around everything in the room. It's better to set everything back on top. I have to buy a new baseboard anyway because I extended the bathroom to add the shower. So in this case, we're just going to slide the bar in here and see if we can pull this off without damaging it, because I wouldn't mind being cheap and reinstalling it later. Yep, and you'll notice everywhere in this house, near the floor, there's little bits of mold growing. That is a consequence of this building being here since 1980 with no air conditioning. I don't know if this one's gonna be able to be saved. There's far too much attention. There we go. Alrighty then. Really important to make sure we cut the caulking and the drywall paper. Like I'm cutting like that, because I don't want anything that's still attached to that wallboard like this becoming a problem. And the way that becomes a problem is if I peel this off, if I haven't cut through deep enough, okay, then it'll peel the paper up. And then I'm into repairing and patching and priming all over again. We want to avoid all of that. So now I'm just looking for the nails. It's a great opportunity right now to finish cleaning out the wall. Pull the nails and then we spray prime all this mold. We don't have to cut it out. What we're doing here is eliminating the opportunity for this to continue growing, knowing that now that we got air conditioning in this building, it should stay dry, and that'll seal the growth of the mold from ever coming back. I've said this before, but when you're doing demolition or removing things, take the time to finish the prep work for the next stage when you bring it back. You don't want to be coming at the very end of this job and then go, oh, I got to deal with all these nails now. All right. So what I'm doing now is I'm going to be putting in a relief cut in the flooring because we're only changing from the door in. Here we go. We want the transition right in the middle of the space between the door jamb and the edge. Okay, so that's what we're going to cut out. And we can make this more precise later on if we need to, but that's that. Now it's time to lift the rest of this ugliness. We'll start back here. The phenomenal thing about this is we actually have two floors that we're lifting up. So we have vinyl on vinyl. Isn't that lovely, huh? Come on, who doesn't want that in their house? In this situation, I don't know what's gonna be easier. Take them both together or one at a time. A lot of staples. Wow. When you're doing a demolition like this, we've got to make a choice. How are we going to bring back the new flooring? Okay, because it'll affect what we do now. Traditionally, we will install a sheet vinyl flooring over what we call Luan, or finished plywood. This is a Luan here. And they nailed it down. So they brought their flooring up and then they stapled it, knowing they'd put a baseboard on. This is OSB, and I installed this as the extension flush with the existing floor. For me, to install this vinyl, I need a nice smooth surface. So I have two options. One, I can come back with another sheet of Luan and I can staple it down and cut it in, but understand that this bathroom is now a little longer than 8 feet and a little wider than 4 feet. So that means 2 sheets of 1/4 inch plywood, good one side. And where I am in the market right now, it's $70 a sheet plus taxes. So it ends up being almost 200 bucks just for the plywood and the staples. That's more money than I want to spend on the entire floor. So my solution is I'm going to tear all this out and I'm going to come back with a little bit of floor leveler to create a nice smooth solid surface that I can lay my floor on. So since I'm using floor leveler, problem solved. Let's keep moving on. Yeah, this isn't going to come up easy, but it will come up. All right. Okay. Well, that took a little bit of work. As you can see, there's a lot of area here that we can't lift. They really use a lot of adhesive in this area. What we're gonna do is we're just gonna vacuum up, clean this up really good, and then we're gonna mix our floor leveler, and we're gonna put down our multi-surface bonding primer first. That way everything will stick nice together, and we aren't gonna get cracking in the leveler over time. The cleaner the floor, the better the bonding primer will work. Now this is just primer. This is a multi-surface bonding primer. This particular one's Eco Prime Grip from Mapei. Most tile suppliers, anybody that carries Mapei product line will have this, okay? And this can go on as thick as you want. It can actually become part of the leveling system if you like. What this stuff does, it also seals up a lot of the holes that the floor leveler would end up going down. So you put it on thick enough, throw a fan on it for an hour, and then this will be dry enough. Put floor leveler on. All right guys, now the primer is dry. I'm gonna run around with my foam. And the goal here is just to seal up areas underneath the drywall where the floor leveler might actually just run right underneath, find a crack and then just run away. This will make sure that the material put on the floor stays on the floor and doesn't end up in the ceiling underneath. Now the foam is almost cured up. Just gonna trim back the excess. And that will keep the floor leveler from going down the gap between the plywood. Piece of cake. So I am using NovaPlan Plus as my floor leveler. Again, it's a Mapei product. This particular product, the whole bag mixes with 5 liters of water, and that is just a little bit more than a gallon of paint. I'm gonna try to go for about a half a bag here, because today, instead of using my big slow mixer, I'm gonna use my regular drill, and we're gonna just put it on drill and attach my big mixing blade and see how well this works, mixing half a bag at a time. Just for the purpose of educating you guys, if I'm comfortable using this with a half bag of product, it might save you the trouble of spending 150 bucks on a slow mixer. So I need about half of what's normal. There we go. Now, I don't think I've got enough product in here for now, but we're gonna just start mixing and see where we end up here. So that's working just fine. I've got it on number 1 speed right now. Still got to control the power because it's probably too much mixing power. I'm going to pour a little more product in here. There, that's better representation. You can see at this point it's acting more like a thin set. It's too thick. It should be fairly runny. You'll see just a little bit of water in here. There we go. That's going to be the consistency that I'm looking for. Now, according to the instructions, we're going to give it 2 minutes to set up. So I'm just going to get a couple tools ready. My goal here is to get a flat surface. It's nice and simple that way. And so I'll use as little product as I can get away with to get that goal done. Here we are. I'm going to be using this V-notch trowel. We're going to just start in the back corner, pour out a little bit. That way I can maintain control over what's going on. Same thing, always work butt facing the door. And we're going to just push it into the corner. Okay, and then pull it back. Push it in. Pull it back. Don't worry about getting it perfect in the corners. Remember, we're going to be adding baseboard. So I'm just going to keep pulling it away until I reach that desired thickness where I know it's going to be smooth when it finishes. That's where the V-notch trowel comes in handy. So this is a self-leveling compound, but you can direct it. So you can actually create little ramps. It's only going to be level if you rake it with a V-notch and then it let all of the grooves to settle in again. We'll give it a couple hours to dry up, throw a fan on it, and then we'll be able to install our floor. So now that the leveler is dry, it's next day, give it a really good sweep. Make sure the floor is as clean as you can make it. This is all about preparation. And big spiders. Now you'll notice I've taken off the door casings and all the baseboards. and we're ready to set the floor. Really all you do is take it out of the package and then you roll it up like a scroll to go in through a doorway. But since this side is so close to a wall, we just did single roll, and we're just going to demonstrate how to lay this kind of floor right now. Just to give you an idea, if this doorway opened up to 3 or 4 feet of flooring on each side, you could roll it like this, and then you can open it up in both directions. Now the new flooring in the world of sheet vinyl doesn't require glue. We're gonna find our spot. It's about a ½ an inch too shy for the whole space. All we're gonna do is cut the vinyl and then pull it into position. Yep, it actually is this easy. I'm gonna use a little bit of a vinyl seam sealer. Snip the corners, cut it flush. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna find this corner right here. I'm gonna put my knife into the flooring. Put in a relief cut. Now because there's the wall, I'm actually gonna cut through all of the flooring here, right down the middle. I'm looking for this relief cut right here. Okay. We're gonna come across the shower now, find the other corner. Here's my location for my relief cut. I'm gonna use my finger to make a seam. Okay. Tuck that underneath. It's also gonna get siliconed. We're gonna find our toilet flange here. Just gonna rub it around it with the knife. Make a little crease in the flooring. A little identifying mark. Try to cut on the inside of that mark. It's better to cut short and then go long the second time. Okay? Make sure everything is relaxed and in position. Right? Because now we can cut tight to the flange. Press it into the wall. The reason this works so good is because we haven't added the baseboards yet. So we have an incredible amount of mercy available here to us. Right? It comes short, doesn't matter. Now, I gotta cut around the plumbing a little bit here. Because this is loose lay, if it's too tight, it'll have a wrinkle. Okay? So we want to make sure that we trim it back close to the edge of these fixtures so that it's not causing a wrinkle in the floor. When we're all said and done in here, we're going to be adding thin bead of silicone to close all this up, which is how it gets waterproof. So now we're just going to reinstall the same casing all over again. When you're nailing, guys, try your best to put the nails in a discreet location like that, okay? If you nail through the surface of something, you gotta patch living daylights out of it. Anytime you see a wrinkle in your material, it's easy to fill. You can tell the last guy put that one surface proud, right? You can see, that's really easy to see. Okay, done. All right, here we go, guys. Last few steps, throwing on the trim, and then we're gonna caulk, right? When you nail discreet, you can cheat and use the caulking as your nail filler. Now the order from here is really simple. Baseboards, caulking, sand in between the coats, because there's only one coat of paint. So we sand the coat, then we come back and we're gonna paint all of the trims. We're gonna install the vanity, sink, the faucet, do all those plumbing connections, and then we're going to take out the silicone when we're all finished. We're gonna seal the vanity to the wall and seal the shower to the floor. Nice and simple. Let's just jump ahead right into installing the vanity because there's a few tricks here I think you're gonna wanna see. And we're gonna make your life easy here. Last time I was at the store, I was looking for my shark bite fittings for the sink because we ran new plumbing and they didn't have what I wanted, which was this, where it comes in and then goes straight up. They only have the inline. Yeah, they would work, blah, blah, blah. But the point is, they're not gonna work well. And they're gonna take up the whole room with the flexible hoses. I decided to fix that today. Water's supposed to be off. Matt? Good. Why is my water line completely pressurized? Can you open up the sink line, please?
Yep.
Is there any water in that?
Yeah.
Is it slowing down?
Yeah, it's down to the bridge now.
I'm in a bit of a flooding trouble here. Take this pail outside quickly. I can only hold this line back so long. Let's enjoy this moment because this is funny. Oh. I'm trying to figure out why there's so much water still coming out. Can you shut off the hot water tank, please? That must be what it is. If the hot water tank supply line isn't shut off, then the whole tank, since it's gravity fed and it's higher than this, will empty out through this line. Even though this is cold water line, it's going to back up to the system. Here we go. It's still rolling, but it doesn't mean I can't install my shark bite. All right, here we go. So let's get something to hold on to here. Twist and push. And that's done. We're probably gonna have a very similar scenario here, aren't we? Yeah, no, that's fine. Just gotta have a little something here because there's nothing in the wall to keep this line from pushing all the way in. I won't get good contact. Okay, well, as you can see, I made a bit of a mistake when I was doing the plumbing. Lucky for me, this flooring is 100% waterproof 100% of the time. You never have to worry about your install because there are no joints. Okay, there we go. Well, we've been having problems with the power today, so threw this on just in case because it's really dark outside. We're getting thunderstorms. You can see the wall is not level. There's one way to beat that. Yeah, they got these little plastic. We'll get rid of the ones on the back. The reason they have little plastic feet is because it's a cabinet made out of particle board, which is not the strongest substance in the world, but it is a great value. So now I'm flat against the wall. One word of warning, because now the back corner is on the floor. When it comes time to put all your silicone and everything on, you want to grab some clear silicone and just throw a bead there, right across the side and then onto the baseboard, just in case you get any water on the floor. You don't want to be wicking up into the cabinet. I got this faucet for no reason other than the fact that it was the cheapest thing on the shelf. So of course that means it doesn't come with the extensions. I also had to measure off the vanity. It comes with its own top. And believe it or not, there are 3 standard sizes for holes. This is what we call the 4-inch offset. You see how that works? That's a 4-inch offset. You can also get a single hole faucet, but then you have to have that ugly decorative plate because it's pre-drilled. Another option is an 8-inch, 2 holes with an 8-inch offset. 2 individual handles with hoses, a connection piece in the back. They're generally 2 to 3 times more expensive, and they're really only found on really old sinks. So the 4-inch is the most popular. If you're getting a brand new solid surface countertop, then you can always just get the option for the single hole. But when you're buying cabinets with prefab counters, they almost always come with a 4-inch offset. Not always though, so make sure you pay attention to that. You're gonna wanna know exactly the end from the beginning, right? Before you go and buy your faucet or you buy the wrong one. Here we go. Okay, now, to make life easy, take your hose risers. Now when you go to the store, there's 2 kinds of risers. There's faucet risers and toilet riser. They both have the same 3/8 connection at one end, but they have a different connection at this end. So faucet risers are designed with a gasket for this. Toilet risers have a much bigger end on it and are designed to go on the bottom side of the toilet, and they just thread right on. They come with gaskets already installed, so you can go finger tight. Once you've gone finger tight, you know the gasket's made contact, give it a couple of quarter turns. Nothing too major. You're not reefing on this with all your strength. This is not a brass on brass fitting. Boom, you're letting the gasket do all the work. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna drop this in place. Now you see everything's a little jiggly, but I'm gonna put a little bit of clear silicone on that wall and set this counter right into it. Here we go. Now this doesn't have to be perfect. It's not gonna be visible. It doesn't even have to be clear. I like clear in case it squeezes out. Now this particular counter is designed to go flush plus maybe 1/8 of an inch on each side. All right, guys, we're using the same fan and the same grill, but they get old and start turning yellow. So here's a great product, bench shellac. It's a white shellac-based paint, not oil. It's the next level up. This is a stain seal to the max. So I don't care why that changed color. Okay, we're just gonna give it a coat of this. We're gonna use a leftover cardboard box from the vanity. Try to come at it from a couple of different angles. Boom. Okay, let that dry. We can stick that on tomorrow. Perfect every time. So we got all of our trims installed, everything's caulked, and now we're ready to just hit the walls one more time for a second coat of sanding in between paint coats, right? Remember, there's no sense painting the room until you get your vanity in. All right, here we go. And then you guessed it, the final coat of paint. Here it comes. Now, you know, I'm always getting people asking me, oh, what color of paint are you using, Jeff? This particular one is On Point. It's a C2 color, my favorite paint. Don't forget, if you like, you can order this online in the United States and they'll ship it right to your house and you'll get a 20% discount that we arrange for you. All right, cheers. You know, one thing I might mention is don't ever get freaked out if you put paint on the wall and it's not the color you expect. Look how different it is wet versus dry. Some colors go darker or lighter when you apply them. So if you're not sure if the color's right, let it sit around for an hour or so. Wait till it dries out and then you'll know. Here we go. So we're gonna just give everything a second coat now. There we go. Love painting from inside the brush. I've made a mistake. I've actually put a 45-degree angle here, bringing my waistline out, which is difficult because I've got to add a sweeping 90 on a waistline because that's code for us. We can't just do a nice tight corner going across to the pump. So by the time I get that done, I am, wow, 7 inches off the wall. What I should have done is instead of putting this, I should have put this on right here at this joint. So my pipe would be nice close to the wall. So what I'm going to show you today is how to make the adjustment when you put the wrong fitting, how to remove it, and how to install the new fitting on the same little piece of pipe. Because under here, I've only got not even half an inch of space. So I don't want to take the chance of trying to cut this off. I've got to peel this off the existing pipe. So I'm going to show you how to do that. All right, first step, grab yourself a Sawzall with a metal blade. We're going to want to start cutting where the fitting ridge is exposed because remember the pipe is right inside all the way up to this edge. So we're going to try to just cut this loose and have a look. There's the pipe. This is the fitting. So what we want to do is remove the fitting from the pipe without damaging the pipe. Here's a little bit of surgery, okay? What I want to do is cut into the pipe. There, cut the fitting, but not the pipe. That section, and then another section. Okay, that's good. Pretty sure I got that all the way through. Yeah, that looks good. Is I'm going to try to use the chisel and break that piece away. It's not that difficult, okay? Remember when we were putting this on, we're using an ABS solvent. Now solvent bonds two things together, but it doesn't melt them into one. There's still two units. So you have the ability to work your way around here now. I might have to cut a couple more pieces. All that cracking you're hearing is the fitting coming loose. You see that off the pipe? Break another piece off. There we go. Take our chisel and we're just gonna pry it all off. All right, so now what we've done is we've exposed a good full inch of pipe, which means now I've got options. I can sand back a little bit of this solvent, the ridge that's here, and I can attach my fitting right there. If you try cutting right where that ridge is and your saw's on a bad angle, you might cut so far into this that now you're stuck. You have no more pipe left to connect to. That means you're opening the wall and increasing the scope of work. So when you're in a tight spot like that, remember, a couple of quick relief cuts, get a chisel and a hammer, and peel the fitting off the existing pipe. For now, let's just get on with putting on trim kits. There, washer and dryer box is done. It's nice to do the easy stuff first and get a little headway, right? Motivates you. If you start with the hardest thing, you're gonna get demotivated quick. Now we're gonna put on our dryer plug. This is actually kind of easy because it tells you right on the box what's what. This is the black and the red. This is gonna be the white, and that is gonna be the ground. So we're gonna put the ground wire on first. You see how this is working? You got 3 connections here. Over here, this is brass. This is the ground. So we're gonna connect the ground wire first, and then black, white, and red. Nice and easy. All we gotta do to do this, and don't worry, the power is off, okay? I have a habit of never connecting anything to the panel until after all of my connections are made. Then you just mitigate having a problem. Before we get started, I'm gonna pull out my wire strippers, and I am going to clean off 1 inch of that wire. There we go, for each of these other 3 colors. Let's get the prep work started before we have too much going on around here. Okay, there's the neutral. there's my ground. First thing we're gonna do is we're gonna back out these screws until they're flush on the housing. That makes room for the wire. You'll go nuts trying to push a thick wire into that tiny hole. Give yourself some space. Make this easy for yourself. All right, here we go. Now we're gonna get the ground wire on here. And I know it's probably easier to have a little more wire when you're working like this, but there's two sides of this coin. Having more wire also means that you've got to push all the extra wires in this box. And this thick gauge is hard enough to work with without having to complicate it by doing that. So we're gonna make sure that all of our wires are nicely tacked in. Now we're gonna use some decent force here, okay? This is not a time to have a loose connection. Now what you want to do, you want to bend the wire right here coming off the top of this, okay? And to force that into the box. Okay? That way you've got that S-curve going on. Right, nice. Now we're going to also remove all these screws because I don't like to work with so much wire that I can make the adjustments. I would rather add all my screws afterwards. Maybe these two we can do this way. Okay, here we go. Let's see. You slide those in. Okay, here we are. One, two, three, and four. Now, before I go any further, I want to just move some drywall or mud out of the way to identify the location of the screw for the mounting. Here it is. We're going to be using 20 amp plugs because I have a 20 amp wire. It's a little overkill, but because I'm putting the washer and the pump on the same circuit, I wanted to make sure we had lots of constant available power. And you can use 15 amp plugs on a 20 amp circuit, but if we're going to do it, might as well just go to the 20. If a machine needs less power than what's available, it's still going to work just fine. It's okay to up your plugs if you have a 20 amp supply. All right, let's go. The ground wire is connected inside the box. I've got lots of extra wire. Just got to change out my bit on my drill. Now this is final location. I got way too much wire here. I'm just going to cut off my excess. Okay, I'm going to strip the black and the white. If you get a pair of these, you just look at the corresponding number. This is a 12-2 wire, so I'm the third hole in. 1, 2, and 3. And I want to get about 1.25 inches. I pinch it, little twist, and it pulls off. That cuts the sheathing without damaging the copper. Okay? I want to get one of those. Now, pinch the tip and put a curl on it. Corresponding other side. Same for the ground screw. So now, throw on the screw, tighten it in. Good. I was just checking to see if these 20 amps have the quick connection in the back. I'm glad they don't. I don't like that look. Okay, now, if you haven't seen one of these videos before, the wiring connections are simple. The neutral or the white wire is almost always on the same side as the ground. If you want to know a way to know the difference. Like, what's the difference between that side and that side? These are brass, those aren't. Brass and black go together, okay? That's all you need to know about this game. And there's 4 screws, so a circuit can come in and out, and that brass tab connects the circuit from one screw to the next. And that is pretty much the dynamics of residential wiring. If you understand that, you're pretty much ready to wire just about anything. Okay? Always take your wire down with your thumb and create an S. All right, that way it can collapse straight into the box and not up beside the screws. And then you set your screw into those little holes that the box gave you. All right. And then you want to collapse, come on baby, into the hole. Do an inspection, make sure you don't have any wires coming through the sides. And then you can just tighten up the screw. And we just take our cover plate and stick it on. And then before you screw it on, double check. Make sure that you can't see holes or damage. And if you do, go buy one of these. They're larger, they're wider and taller, and they can cover a multitude of mistakes. These are 50 cents, these are $2, but if you screw up, it's the best $2 you'll ever spend. Because that means you don't have to pull out the mud and then do the sanding and the patching and the priming and paint the whole wall again. If you're in a jam, consider using that cover plate. I keep them on me at all times, just in case I make a mistake and I wasn't aware. Things do tend to happen. This is actually, one of these is power to the box, and the other one is power leaving this box, going to that other plug, because the electrical code says that I can have more than one plug on a circuit in a laundry room. I don't have to have just one plug for the laundry machine. It can be on a circuit. I can have 3 or 4 more plugs in the laundry room together, but only one circuit per laundry room. So in this case, we're gonna tighten up just a little bit, okay? We're gonna go with about 6 inches off the box. All right, and here's why. It's a lot more wires to jam in here. So I want to identify which one. This is the ground that's coming off. This is my power. I want to take this one to the receptacle, and this one just wanted to go to the box. Little information about grounding. When your wire comes in the box, you want to have it come out of right across the screw, behind the screw, and you want it to come right to the plug. That's overkill, and that's safe. This screw, this metal bracket, actually connects the ground, see that? Here, to the screw, to the box. So even if this wire doesn't go to the receptacle, it's grounded. Adding it to the receptacle is extra, but making sure that the ground continues means that this wire goes behind that screw, okay? It wouldn't hurt to have that all the way up and around. That guarantees that the wire that goes to the other box is also part of the grounding system. When you're getting your electrical inspected, inspectors are more interested with whether or not you've grounded everything than just about anything else. It's kind of a crucial element for fire safety. So now we've got this ready to go. We're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna strip them, we're gonna curl them. And now I'm showing this video because a lot of people wanna know there are a lot of jurisdictions where homeowners are allowed to do their own electrical. Still get your permit. And before you go ahead with something like this, make sure you're in one of those jurisdictions. I know that most of Europe, Australia, I don't think Florida allows you to do your own electrical, but there are lots of states and provinces in Canada, for instance, that do. So just make sure you qualify, give them a call, ask to open up a homeowner's permit. What you need to know is how many devices you're putting in. And that's electrical jargon for how many boxes. So every light switch, every receptacle, and they'll charge you a certain amount of money per device. The rough end for my laundry room was $68. They open the permit on the spot when you phone in. All right. I'm still old school. I like to pinch my wire shut on the other side of that screw. If I can get a hold of it. Okay, here we go. Ah, it's almost too easy, isn't it? Okay, so again, down and then up. A lot of wires. Create that S and then push it back. Tuck her in and put a cap on. Make sure you're going square to the wall so you don't cross thread the screw through, sorry. Because it's usually the box that also gets threaded up and it's hard to receive a screw again, so you can't just change out your plug. All right, nice. Now, I got some unique damage here, so I'm going to opt to go to the bigger plate just to make sure that it's pretty. And I'm old and I'm already on the ground and I don't want to have to get up just to get back here again. Here we go. All right. This is the larger plate. Doesn't look abnormal. All right, now onto the waste, the vent, and the drain. All right, so now we're just gonna go through the plumbing here. It looks really confusing right out of the gate, but what we need to know is we'll just follow the water, right? So we got water coming out over here for the shower. It's gonna come into the SaniFlow unit. And I've got discharge water coming out of here for the laundry. It's also going to go into the SaniFlow unit. This one, we're actually going to tee off and connect to the vent, okay? And this one has a fresh air vent system right here, and it's going to come up and over. And then I have the discharge. It starts like this. We're going to bring it up, put on our ball valve. That way it's all under pressure, and then we're going to start the slope over to connect over there by gravity. Nice and simple. So those are the connections that I've got to make. Working away across connecting all the water. My trick really is with this connection for the discharge. I want to try to make the discharge come up right here in between these two. Boom. And that keeps all my electrical open, and it should keep things nice and tidy. So I think I'm gonna start with getting the first discharge pieces done. And the way this goes together, guys, it's really simple. They give you lots of these rubber gaskets. So you can go from 1.5 to 2, or 2 to 2, or whatever. You can seal up the ends with these, okay? Because right now this unit comes with just check valves. It's just a little bit of a rubber flap sitting there. Water goes in and it won't push back out. It seals itself off. It's so straightforward, it's not even funny. It comes with directions, follow the pictures, and you can't go wrong. Nice and easy. Now this one here is an actual check valve. The water only goes one direction. The gate opens when you put something in there, and it closes behind itself on pressure. And it goes right into the unit, right at the very beginning. So we can't go wrong. Crazy thing that I had to deal with today because of our supply chain issues. I couldn't get a PVC. Boy, oh boy. There we go. So this is a ball valve. Basically can shut it off. In the event that you have to do service on this unit, you want to have this as close to the bottom as you can get, just so you don't have a whole lot of water in the pipe, so that you can disengage here, lift this up, and it won't make too much of a mess. For now, we'll leave it open. It's not going to matter which way this goes in, so we'll install the handle so it goes from flat to open. Hopefully I can get it right about here. I'm going to start with the shower and we'll work our way going to the right. I have to cut this pipe back. Now I'm going to go counterclockwise on this same thing. There we go. Going to use a sweeping 90 to get this close to the ground. You know, I am going to get a final inspection here for my occupancy. And generally speaking, they like to see waste drains. 245s or at least a sweeping 90. Okay. All right, so now I've got my angle. I'm going to be directing this line towards that pipe. We want to get this 45 in here now. I'm going to go 3.5. Should have everything here. Okay. Just to make things easy. Put the fitting on first, and then I can put this one here. Always glue the fitting and the pipe, of course. There we go. Now that is the shortest distance that I can work with here. So now I've got the ability to line up my pump. So the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna get a gear clamps out here, have a look at what our options are. We're gonna break this up into medium, small, and large. Most of these are 1.5s, a couple of 2s. Okay, so we're just gonna line up our clamp, tighten this on. There we go. Once you hear the drill start to gear up like that, you know you're good to go. Here's another gear clamp scenario here. Okay, I'll set that one up. If you're a homeowner and you're trying to put a bathroom somewhere, you don't want to open your floor, problem meets solution, right? This is plumbing for idiots. I mean, anybody can do this. If I get this on here, I'm not making that turn. I'm gonna have to put this valve on going up. Somewhere up here. All right, and that's fine. So let's do this. We're gonna finish connecting this pipe down over here then, 1.5 to 1.5, 2 to 1.5, I guess. Yeah, that's what that'll be. So this will be a 2-inch with the gear clamp. Here we go. Okay, obviously this comes so that it can be modified. This is a cap or it can be a connection. There we go. Don't be afraid to be a little creative if you need to be. Remember, the outside diameter of the pipe is what we're working with here. So this fitting is designed to go on the outside diameter of a 2-inch pipe. And that's what I'm bringing as my waste from the laundry. So if I gotta modify this little end gasket here, that'll work just fine. Here we go. There we are. Let's get that where it's accessible. Okay, of course, yeah, that's sealed up too. I'll cut this end off as well, and then I'll be ready to install the pipe. And we're gonna cut something short, just enough for a gear clamp on each side. We'll minimize our distance here. great hack, guys, is use your cardboard for your drawing and as the place to catch all your drips on your adhesive. Okay. Now this should fit right over that pipe like a glove. It's just going to be easier to do it here. Yeah, get the ring on first. Here we go. Okay. Alrighty then. There we go. All right. So the connection now, shower, elbow, 45, joint, done. This is the final resting location for this. That's our electrical. That'll work great. We are going to put a short 90 here. This is not a waste drain working under gravity. This one's under pressure. So we're okay to have 90-degree short fittings here because the line's under pressure. And that is my location where I want it. So we're gonna cut this pipe now, assuming that this is a fixed location. We're gonna go 3 inches. Mark with my thumb. Just trying to be careful not to get adhesive all over my new floor here. And if you're curious about how I'm installing vinyl flooring as a sheet roll, gonna be having that video in the bathroom series. You can check the video description for that link. Sheet vinyl is still a great option, especially in laundry and bathrooms in the house. You don't have to make everything look like it was in a design book. Just last week, you know, you can be practical and go with flooring that's gonna last 50 years. That's easy to install. Alrighty, now, I know, I'm gonna hear it in the comment section. What are you using that Teflon tape for there, Jeff? That's so thick, that's supposed to be for gas lines. I'm like, yep, but you know what? When you run out of the regular plumbing Teflon, this is a great solution to the problem. Now this fitting is 1.5 inch male thread. Every threaded fitting in North America has been exactly the same since they started plumbing in the very, very early ages. Okay, they've never changed the size of that thread, which makes it absolutely amazing. So if you have old pipes in your house and you're converting, all you gotta do is measure the size. That says 1 3/4 because the inside is 1.5. So all the measurements for plumbing are based on the inside dimension, not the outside dimension in this kind of a situation, okay? So this is a 1.5 inch thread for a 1.5 inch pipe. Everything that's on the shelf is gonna be listed for either 1 1/4, 1.5, or 2 inch, or 3 inch, or 4 inch, I guess. Too often you're gonna get into 4 inch unless you're going underneath your concrete. Okay. I'll use my vice grips here. All right, confirm my off is like that, so it'll function. I want it about this high, so I'm now dealing with about 8 inches. We're just gonna rotate that. We'll leave that there for now. This is a waistline. We're gonna be bringing it up and then a nice gentle slope back to this corner. So the bottom of that pipe is 37.5. So we're gonna bring this one up to, I'm gonna go to 39 just because I know that this floor is lowering. All right, so 39 from 27.5, basically 11.5. All right. And because that fitting is so heavy, it's gonna just be awkward for the next couple minutes here. Here's the rest of my pipe extension. And we're gonna just put a regular 90 on this. We don't have to go with the sweeping 90 here. Again, this is all under pump until after the corner. And we're gonna go heading over in that general direction. This is temporary. We're gonna measure from inside the fitting to the end of this fitting. We're gonna find something easy to work with. 34, 33.5. It's gonna be really hard to accommodate, but 33 will be easy because I can move this. So let's go from the clean end, 33. If you haven't bought one of these yet, make sure you pick one up. Sure that if you go to our Amazon store, we'll have a link just in case you're not close to a Home Depot or the store where you like to shop and they're not carrying it. It is a lifesaver for residential plumbing. Okay. This one's more fixed, so I'm going to start here. And then we'll connect that together. Beautiful. Just making sure I'm not level and I've got a downslope. Perfect. Anytime you see the bubble crossing that line, you know you got at least a 1 degree slope. So that crossing that line is perfect. All right, okay. This unit has to be vented, okay? Which is why we established this. That's what this is for. This is the vent for the unit. We're gonna have to go like this. Means of course I need 2 more of these things. So let's get this started. Because there is a dryer here and the dryer duct is up here, I'm going to be using a flexible dryer line to come over. I want to try to keep all of this as close to the wall as I can. So my first piece of pipe that I'm going to cut is going to be just so I can do the clamp. I'm going to do a fitting. We're going to get this bad boy in here. There we are. Not too aggressive, nice and subtle. That's not high enough. And we want to bring that over to this fitting to then go up the wall. Try here. Whenever you're cutting a pipe like this, if you add the fitting, and just think left to right. If it's too long, no problem. It's easy to fix, right? I'd rather cut a little bit long and try 2 or 3 times instead of cutting short. The other thing I can do, I can rotate like that. Okay, let's get our solvent working here. Okay, now that we're nice and close to the wall, we're going to get a 1-inch piece so I can attach my coupling coming out of the pump over here. In these situations, you are going to get this stuff all over you. That's not a problem. I'm gonna line that up. Okay, I'm gonna just dry fit this for a second. It's gonna take about a 1/2 inch off of this. Okay, there we go. All right, okay, we're gonna just dry fit here so we can get our measurement. We're gonna go with 8 1/4. We're gonna be as precise as we can on that. 8 3/8. Okay, let's do this. Is this my 8 3/8? Nope, that's the 7. Now we've got our waste in, we've got our connection for the waste out, and we've got our vent for this pump. Now the only thing left to do now is bring the waste over for our 2-inch series. Just before it goes into this pump, I'm venting this line as well, just to make sure that isn't going to have any issues with my inspection. Now this is what we call a bushing. For everybody out there who wants to know how to go from 2-inch to 1.5, you buy a bushing. It's the same 2-inch diameter on the outside, and then it becomes a 1.5-inch fitting for the pipe on the inside. That is a great solution to a lot of problems. We're gonna put that here. I need about a 2-inch piece of 2-inch pipe. Here we go. Well, that one works better than my 1.5. I'm gonna get that connected, and we can stick that in. We got one more 2-inch clamp around here somewhere. That is gonna be a serious problem. Oh, there it is. Oh, thank God.
There we go.
Okay, I thought I had enough. I'm like surprised there for a second. I was like, no. I was like, that would have been a trip to the store. Speaking of which, if you do run out or lose your gear clamps, they do sell these at the local hardware store on 1/2-inch increments and then 1-inch increments up, think after you get to 2 inches. Okay, there we are. Just remember when you're tightening that up, you're actually compressing on the pipe, which can bend and then snap. Don't think that, oh, I can get a little more out of it. It's not necessary, okay? We're just compressing rubber gasket up against an ABS pipe. Doesn't need a whole lot. Woohoo. So we're done connecting everything into here now. They do sell an alarm that you can actually attach in here as well. I don't have the alarm for this kit. It's gonna be out in the open and it's gonna be very visible. If it stops running, you'll know in a heartbeat because it'll overflow when you're doing your laundry. What I'm gonna suggest is get the alarm. I don't have it on me today to install, but according to the pictures, it's just a low box that sticks on the top. It says, hey, you've got a problem with your ejection pump, which could be a problem for your laundry. If the alarm goes off, you want to turn the laundry off right away too. It would be nice if the alarm was also connected to the laundry power so it could turn the machine off. I haven't yet talked to SantaFlow to see if we have a solution for that. Now, here's the vent for this one. We're gonna go with a 2-inch piece. Look like reasonable. We'll dry fit that. See if that kind of lines up. Yeah, that's not terrible. Could be a little bit longer, to be honest. If you're not happy with something, fix it before you move forward. That's the basic rule of all renovation. Not happy, don't move forward. Be happy with what you just accomplished before you move on to the next step, or it is gonna drive you nuts. You'll end up going backwards and doing everything twice. Okay, here we are. Now we're gonna dry fit this and get a measurement inside to here. We're gonna go 15.5. Here's why dry fitting is so valuable. Because you do have about 30 seconds to a minute before this solvent is not going to be useful to you. Okay, here we go. Here we are, done and done. Next up, just connect the waste. Here we go. That was temporary. We want to have that nice and tight. We're going to go with 1 inch. There we go. Now this next one is going to be tricky because that pipe has got a little bit of flexibility in it. We're going to go super sloppy on the solvent here, and we're going to turn it on with gentle pressure. Now, that's all we need now. Now, once I'm done with this plumbing, all we've got left now is to connect everything into the breaker box. 10 1/4 plus a half, 10 3/4. That is amazing. Put a few breakers on, power everything up, call for final inspection. I know, not every video is crazy sexy. Sometimes it's just good old practical advice. Seeing somebody do a solution that might be a little intimidating to you, make it look relatively easy. That's not such a bad thing, eh? Yeah. Last piece. If you like getting information like that, guys, give this video a thumbs up and let me know. Right, I'm happy to do the utility type content like this so that you can be empowered to take on bigger and bigger projects. Bottom line, with everything going on in this world, not only is it crazy expensive, but it's sometimes almost impossible to get someone to help you out. So you're better off to do all this stuff yourself. Okay, remember, DIY isn't just an option nowadays. In a lot of cases, it's the only option you've got. So be empowered, do it yourself. Cheers.